He knew the bell schedule. He knew February 14th was a school day. The defendant got there, and at 2:21, and shortly thereafter, the carnage began. He didn't say he was going to shoot just students or particular students. He went after anyone he could on the first, second, and third floor of that school. Fortunately, nobody was killed on the second floor, but he was indiscriminate in who he shot. Anyone who got in his way, anyone he could target, anyone he could hunt, he killed. And so it makes no difference that Athletic Director Hickson, teacher Scott Beagle, or Coach Weiss were not students, Your Honor. They were there because they were employees of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The state put in certificates showing that they were employees of the school. The state's response details how they are public employees. They were there because they had a job to do. The defendant went there to hinder and disrupt the school day. These gentlemen were there to perform an official duty, and the aggravating circumstances that the state has proven beyond any reasonable doubt are properly submitted to the jury, and the state would request that this court deny the defendant's motion for any directed verdict as to any of the aggravating circumstances, Your Honor.
Defense, is there anything else that you wanted to add to the record before I rule? No. All right, the defense motion for directed verdict as to all 17 counts is denied on all grounds. Okay, are you ready to bring in the jury? Yes, ma'am. And you're going to be presenting opening statement. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Bring them in, please.
Yeah, can I move to the podium and then I'll just move right into it?
Sure.
Judge, before you bring in the jury, may I address the court? My name is Zach Rosenberg. I represent Danielle Woodard. I filed a motion for protective order in this matter.
Judge, he's a prospective witness, and I think we could probably address that after our opening.
Okay, sir, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. You can have a seat for now, please. And state, so that I don't have to bring the jury in and out.
Okay.
More than once. Let me hear from this gentleman. I don't know why I'm being presented. Counsel, come on up. I don't know why I'm being presented this on the morning of testimony when this has been planned for weeks or months. But good morning. If you could just briefly tell me what it is that you want to say.
My name is Zach Rosenberg. I represent Danielle Woodard. I was appointed on the 12th of August. I met with her on Friday. After that meeting, I filed 2 subsequent motions, one in the Miami-Dade case and one in this case, Judge. This morning, I was advised that she has hired prospective other counsel. A notice of appearance has been filed. Substitution of counsel has not been filed, Judge.
Okay, but what does this have to do with my case? My case is the state of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz. Your client is listed as a witness. What does this have to do with me? This should be presented in the Miami case.
There was a motion for protective order e-filed in this matter on Friday, Judge. I have a copy for the court. It was provided to counsel on both sides.
Counsel, if you're appointed to her on the 12th, why did you file it on Friday?
I was only made aware that this hearing was happening due to an act of God, Judge. It was through God that my YouTube algorithm let me know that this was happening. I never received any notice of any sort.
What was happening?
That Ms. Woodard would be testifying. I was appointed on the 12th, went to meet with her on Thursday. I was informed she was in Broward County.
Counsel, it was in the newspaper a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I believe that's why her prior counsel withdrew.
I was not privy to any of that. I received no notice to be here, no subpoena myself, Judge. I did what I could as soon as I could to put the court and counsel aware of the situation. On notice.
Okay, so what are you asking me to do?
To grant my motion for protective order.
It's not in the court file. I did not receive a courtesy copy. I haven't even seen it.
I tried to put this on your radar as soon as I could this morning.
This is very vague. What exactly are you asking me to protect her from?
Judge, when I met with her on Friday, I had a specific conversation and plans with her. If she has hired other counsel, that's another issue that I think needs to be resolved prior to her testifying.
Not by me. If you're her counsel of record and the judge in Miami has not ordered any kind of substitution, you're the attorney of record, and I'm going to hear you briefly, and that's it. We're not going to be fighting about who's representing her in this court.
So, Judge, competency was raised in the Miami-Dade case. So, first and foremost, I don't know whether or not it's proper for her to testify at all in this matter. I question the decision to call her.
Okay,
Furthermore,
competency
Judge,
to testify as a witness is a much lower standard than competency to proceed as a defendant and an accused, and I'm sure you're aware of that.
Furthermore, Judge, she has significant Fifth Amendment issues at hand, and due to the issues raised in the protective order, they're more complex than the typical Fifth Amendment issues.
Wait, well, if she wants to assert her Fifth Amendment privilege, that's her prerogative, and if you've advised her of that, then I'm assuming she knows when to assert that privilege under your advice.
Yes, Judge, and I will be asking to speak with my client as she's asked questions to advise her on her Fifth Amendment rights.
Is either side want to be heard as to that issue?
The questions in that protective order regarding, he's asking that we not be asking her any questions about any specific mental health diagnosis she's been given and any medications. I do not intend to ask her any of those questions. He was presented, and I know the court doesn't want to deal with this, but I do want the record to reflect that he was presented with a stipulation and he refused to sign it, regardless of what the judge in Miami would or wouldn't do. I have spoken to Ms. Woodard. She wants to testify. She knows, I mean, she's spoken to both of her lawyers now, or the prospective one, the current one, and I have no concerns about her competency, at least to be a witness, and if she has an issue with the question that she's asked, he can stay here, and if the court wants to allow him to speak with her, that's fine.
State, do you want to be heard?
Only to the extent, Your Honor, that we don't know at this point. We haven't heard her testimony as to what questions we may or may not answer, but we understand she can always assert a Fifth Amendment right.
Okay, counsel, your motion for protective order is denied. I think that the Fifth Amendment privilege that your client may or may not have is her privilege to assert if she so chooses. Based on the fact that you've indicated you've had an in-depth discussion with her as recent as Friday, I'm also denying your motion to sit with her during her testimony. If I have a concern as to her competency, it's my job to deal with that as it comes.
Understood, Judge. I will be renewing my request.
Okay, thank you. Can you bring the jury? Thank you. and welcome back. It's nice to see you all. Everyone else may be seated. At this time, defense, do you wish to present an opening statement?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I stand before you today in a space filled with overwhelming sadness, painstaking grief, anger, and trauma. We have all seen and heard things that no one should have to see or hear. Things that will haunt us forever. And every one of you sitting here and in this courtroom knows that there is one person responsible for all of that pain and all of that suffering. And that person is Nikolas Cruz. And on October 21st, 2021, Nikolas Cruz pled guilty to all of the charges. And when he did that, he guaranteed that he would be punished. The question that now remains with each and every one of you is how he will be punished. Each of you will make an individualized moral decision about whether or not Nikolas Cruz should live or die. This is an individual decision. It is not a collective decision. Each of you has to make that decision only after you have heard all of the evidence, only after you have taken into consideration everything, knowing that the law never requires you to vote for death. Not in this case, not in any case, and not in the worst case imaginable. And it's arguable that this is the worst case imaginable. During jury selection, every member of the defense team got up here and told you the things that we thought that you might see or hear. Why did we do that? First of all, we wanted to be honest with you. And second, we needed to make sure that after you heard all of that stuff, all that aggravation that the state of Florida presented to you, reasons for death, that you would want to know more, that you would need to know more. More about who Nikolas Cruz is. What shaped him? Who shaped him? Who wasn't around to shape him? And each of you said that you wanted to know every single detail. You said that it would be absolutely necessary for you to have all of the information before you made a decision about whether or not another human being should live or die. It's the oath that you took. It is the promise that you made. And everyone in this courtroom knows how difficult your job is. But we also know that you will honor your promise and you will keep your oath. People are not crimes. People commit crimes. But we must understand the person behind the crime. What is the root cause? Some people say that the crime itself is enough to impose sentence. You are not those people. Those people that said the sentence can be imposed based solely on the crime were excused. Each and every one of you is here because each one of you said that life without the possibility of parole could be an appropriate penalty for somebody who viciously murdered 17 people. Each of you said that life without the possibility of parole could be a severe enough punishment for those crimes. If each of you only had to make a decision about whether or not Nikolas Cruz lives or dies based on the crime, your job would be very easy. But you see, that's not how the law works. The state of Florida described to you what Nikolas did. The defense will tell you who he is. That's our job. And for the last 4.5 years, we have painstakingly dug into every part of Nikolas's life. Where he came from, who was around him, who raised him, who carried him in utero, who influenced his life, who shaped him, and what contributed to that horrible decision that he made on February 14th, 2018. In telling you Nick's story, in telling you the chapters of his life, we will give you reasons for life. And that is called mitigation. Mitigation is any reason that you believe that the death penalty is not an appropriate penalty in this case. And each of you, individually, gets to decide what is mitigation to you. It is not limited to the facts of the case. It is not limited to Nikolas's background, his character, his life. It can be anything that you see or you hear in this courtroom. And it can be anything that you feel in your heart is mitigation. Please understand that mitigation is not a defense. It is not an explanation. It is not a justification, because there is no defense to these crimes. And I cannot impose that upon you enough. We would never get up here and do that. When I met Nikolas Cruz on February 15th, 2018, I knew that he was a damaged person.
Objection.
Sustained. But I also know that wounded and damaged people wound and damage other people because they're in pain. But we don't excuse the horrific acts of damaged and wounded people. We punish them. But we take into consideration their damage when we impose sentence. We will tell you everything. You will probably wonder why we're telling you some of the things we're telling you. But we want you to be honest. We want to be honest. We're going to show you the good, the bad, the sad, the horrible, the gut-wrenching. You're going to hear that Nikolas has said a lot of really bad things. The evidence will show you that he draws a lot of bad things. And that he continues to do that stuff over at the Broward County Main Jail. You will hear about conversations that he has with other people. Sounds like a kid. You will hear that he talks and has video visitations with a woman by the name of Scarlett Lewis, whose 6-year-old son Jesse Lewis was murdered in Sandy Hook. And you will hear through those conversations that together her and Nick are trying to find a way to prevent this from ever happening again. You'll hear that one day he wants to live, and one day he wants to die. And you will also hear that throughout his life he has had obsessions. Tigers, video games, guns, exercise, bowel movements, vegan diets, and most recently, demons and Satan. And you will hear that with an atomic fireball candy, he'll write on his cell wall, 666. Those are the things he does in isolation. You'll hear that he writes disturbing things like a school shooter manifesto. Horrible things. We're not hiding that from you. But his brain is broken. He's a damaged human being. And that's why these things happen. Nikolas Cruz's decision to take an Uber to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and kill as many people as he could possibly kill is not where Nikolas Cruz's story starts. We are all profoundly affected by the places.
Objection to personal stories.
Individuals are profoundly impacted by the places that they came from. An Irish poet, John O'Donoghue, once said, "The beginning often holds the clue to everything that follows." And that couldn't be more true in the case of Nikolas Cruz. You've all already heard a lot about choices. You heard that Nikolas made a choice to get into the Uber. Nikolas made a choice to go into the 1200 building. Made the choice to load his AR-15 and pull the trigger over and over and over again. And no one here disputed any of that. But you see, Nikolas's choices don't start there. They start with the choices of a 41-year-old woman, homeless, mentally ill, drug-addicted alcoholic by the name of Brenda Woodard. The evidence will show you that Brenda was also a wounded and damaged human being. Excuse me. And you will hear that she had suffered a lifelong trauma and pain and suffering. And like a lot of people, she self-medicated with drugs and alcohol. And at the peak of her addiction, in 1998, supporting her drug and alcohol addiction by prostituting and boosting, which means she would go into grocery stores and she would steal steaks. She would take the steaks to her drug dealer, and her drug dealer would give her crack. It was during that time that she found herself pregnant on the streets of US 1. Although we know that Nikolas's conception was not planned. In fact, we're not sure if it was a trick baby or she was raped. But what we do know is that she didn't want that baby, and that she couldn't take care of that baby because she could barely take care of herself. Or her 11-year-old daughter, Danielle Woodard, who was mostly being raised by Brenda's own mother, or by the foster care system. We know that Brenda chose to keep that baby, and that she chose to give that baby up for adoption. And we know that she got paid to do it. And after confirming that she was 12 weeks pregnant at a local health department here in Broward County, she contacted a private attorney who advertised private adoption in the weekly flyer and in the Broward County Jail, right next to the phones where the inmates could make calls. She was 12 weeks pregnant, just finished her first trimester. And she had had no prenatal care. And at the time that Brenda Woodard signed her notice of intent to give her baby up, she was living on the streets. Sometimes she found a couch. She was drinking. She was drugging. She was smoking cigarettes. And she was selling her body. As desperate as Brenda was to give her baby away, there was someone just as desperate to adopt him. And that someone is Linda Cruz. As Brenda was doing drugs, prostituting herself, roaming the streets of US 1, about 25 miles away in Parkland, Florida, was Linda Cruz, a 48-year-old woman who had recently moved from New York with Roger Cruz. And what she had wanted more than anything in the world was a baby. She had already suffered multiple miscarriages and even a failed adoption. And Linda Cruz, for all appearances, had the ability to give Nikolas everything that Brenda couldn't. And despite not legally being married to Roger Cruz, she changed her name from Seda to Cruz. She wore a ring, and she told everybody that they were married. When they adopted Nikolas Cruz, Roger was 62 years old. Linda was no stranger to creating her own reality. Although Linda and Roger did eventually get married after they adopted their second son, Zachary. 2002 they got married. They had met in 1977 when Linda was Linda Seda and Roger Cruz was married to another woman to whom he would remain married until 1991, which made Linda his mistress. And from Roger's first marriage, there were 4 children. There are 4 children. Adults, they're grown now. And they would become Nikolas and Zachary's brothers and sisters. And you will hear that after Linda Cruz died, Roger was already gone. They were parentless. Both Zachary and Nikolas would pick up the phone and call their brothers and sisters in New York. They were 17 and Nikolas had just turned 19. And they asked for a place to live. They asked for help. And they got nothing. They were parentless and they got nothing. But you see, Linda was used to keeping secrets. She had waited a long time for her perfect family, for her perfect husband, for her perfect child. She had suffered many miscarriages and she had even suffered a failed adoption. And just when she had almost given up on that dream of becoming a mother, she got a phone call from the adoption attorney. We have another baby for you. Do you want him? Absolutely, Linda Cruz said. What's important for you to know is that this is the same adoption agency same private adoption firm that Linda and Roger had used before with the failed adoption. And what's important for you to know is that when Linda filled out the paperwork, the intake paperwork to adopt a child, she was very specific about the type of child that she wanted. And she was very specific about the type of child that she didn't want. She didn't want a black baby. She didn't want a biracial baby. And she didn't want a special needs baby. But that failed adoption made Linda very desperate for a baby. And when that private attorney called her, she jumped at the opportunity to adopt that child. The child's due date, ironically, was September 25th, 1998, Linda Cruz's birthday. Unlike the state of Florida adoptions through the Department of Children and Family, this was a private adoption, which meant there were not as many rules and regulations. Didn't have the same oversight as state of Florida adoptions do. After that phone call where Linda said, "We'll take that baby," Linda and Roger Cruz had just finished building a 4,000 square foot house in Parkland, Florida. And in that house was a room just waiting for a baby. And so as Linda and Roger painted the room, bought the baby clothes, and put money into that adoption trust account, Brenda roamed the streets of US 1, doing what she had to do, doing what was the most important thing in her life, drinking and drugging and whatever she had to do to get those two things. You see, the wake of addiction is very large. How do we know the things that Brenda was doing when she was on the street? Well, because she told us a year and a half before she died. And you'll also hear from Carolyn Deacon, who was her drug buddy. And you will hear evidence that her own daughter saw her mother drinking and drugging. Brenda's alcohol and drug use was well documented throughout the adoption records, the adoption report, and the birth records. Those records will show you that Brenda was not only drinking alcohol, but she was abusing it. Now, to be honest, Brenda's self-reporting about the length of time that she drank and the amount that she drank is inconsistent. But you don't have to worry about that, because witnesses will come in. And how do they know? Because they either saw her drinking and drugging, or because they were doing it with her. You will hear that Brenda had 4 prenatal visits. 4. In 41 weeks of pregnancy. And an amnio because of her advanced maternal age. And the drug and the alcohol use would continue until about 6 weeks before she delivered Nikolas, when she was transferred to a residential drug treatment facility in Coral Springs, Florida, referred to as a prenatal addiction center. You will hear throughout her pregnancy that she had negative drug screens, but you'll hear more about that later. And you will also hear the testimony from Carolyn Deacon, who is Carolyn Deacon. Carolyn Deacon was Brenda Woodard's drug buddy. And she was also her co-defendant for their June 6th, 1998 arrest for possession of cocaine. Brenda was 6 months pregnant with Nikolas when that arrest happened. And Miss Deacon will tell you the drugs that they would do, the alcohol that they would drink, and she will tell you what the streets of US 1 and A1A were like in the late 90s. And she will tell you that despite both of them being mothers, the most important thing was them getting high and getting drunk and doing whatever they had to do to be able to do that. But you see, everything changed for Carolyn Deacon on June 6, 1998. She changed her life. She got clean. And she went to Florida State Prison. And when she got released from Florida State Prison, she never spoke with Brenda Woodard again. And she never stepped foot in Broward County again. Until yesterday. Too many demons. Too many ghosts. It's too hard to be here. But she's here today. And you will hear from her. After the arrest, the adopted parents bonded Brenda at a jail. And she went to a prenatal visit. It was her first prenatal visit in almost 4 months. And the records will show you that she actually lost weight. And that the measurements of the baby had not increased. And you will hear, the evidence will show you, that her daughter, Danielle Woodard, who had actually moved into the apartment where Brenda was living, the apartment that was being paid for by Roger and Linda Cruz, she will tell you that she saw her mom drinking Colt 45, Cisco bum wine. One bottle is the equivalent of 5 shots of vodka. Smoking crack, smoking cigarettes, and renting the apartment out by the hour so that other crack addicts would have somewhere to smoke. And she will also tell you, and the evidence will show you, that Brenda had her pee in a prescription pill bottle. And then Brenda would take a piece of tin foil and put it over on top of the prescription pill bottle to keep the urine warm. And then the two of them would go and get Brenda's drug tests. As a result of Brenda's June 6, 1998 arrest, she was placed on drug offender probation. Brenda was not a stranger to the criminal justice system. She was not a stranger to drug rehab. But now she was doing both. And as part of her drug offender probation, she was required to do inpatient day treatment. She could go home at night. And when she got there at BARC, which is a local addiction facility, treatment facility here in Broward, the supervisor says to her, the records, the adoption records, will be, you'll see that, it's all over there, we'll introduce it into evidence. 1 dirty urine, Brenda, 1 dirty urine, and you're done. You're going to the prenatal addiction facility. Shortly thereafter, Brenda ended up in the prenatal addiction program, where she remained, so residential treatment facility, she was not going home until she delivered Nikolas Cruz. Did Linda and Roger know about Brenda's criminal history? Well, we know that Brenda wasn't asked those questions in her adoption intake form, and she didn't volunteer it. But we do know that that information was important to Roger Cruz. And he asked those adoption attorneys to do a complete background check. And we and the state have all of the adoption records. They're here. You can look at them if you want when they're moved into Evan. And there was no background check. But what if there had been a background check, because we did one? What would they have found out? Roger and Linda would have found out that since 1975, Miss Woodard had been arrested continually for mostly drug offenses, drug-related offenses, and that she had been in prison. Did Roger and Linda know that Brenda was drinking and doing drugs? We don't know for sure. But they bonded her out of jail when she was arrested for possession of cocaine. And the evidence will show you that Linda Cruz actually went to the prenatal addiction program and saw Brenda there. It's hard to know exactly what they knew or what they didn't know. But I think it's reasonable to assume that Linda didn't want to know everything. So as Linda prepared for that baby to come home to Parkland, Florida, Brenda finished off her pregnancy at the Prenatal Addiction Center in Coral Springs, Florida. What do we know about Brenda's pregnancy? We know that it was very stressful and chaotic. The majority of her pregnancy, she was homeless and living on the streets. We know that she was using drugs. We know that she was smoking cigarettes. We know that she was drinking booze. Proper nutrition and proper prenatal care were not a priority for Brenda Woodard. She was an addict. You see, the wake of addiction is very large. Nikolas Cruz's prenatal vitamins consisted of Colt 45, Cisco bomb wine, crack cocaine, and cigarettes. And because Nikolas was bombarded with all of those things, he was poisoned in the womb. And because of that, his brain was irretrievably broken through no fault of his own. Irish poet John O'Donoghue has written, "The beginning often holds the clue for everything that follows." And that couldn't be more true in Nikolas Cruz's life. September 24th, 1998, as Brenda Woodard was being transported to Plantation General Hospital, Linda Cruz was in Parkland, Florida, anxiously awaiting the phone call that her baby had been delivered. They already had the names picked out. Nikolas after her father, and Jacob after Roger's father. Nikolas was delivered C-section. Birth records indicate that he was slow to progress, and that the cord was wrapped around his neck 3 times. He was blue for the first minute of his life, and he had to be resuscitated. And as medical personnel manually pumped oxygen into his little lungs, his extremities remained blue for 5 minutes. And in that hospital room, after Nikolas was born, the evidence will show you, was Daniel Woodard, 11 years old now. And the evidence will show you that she held that baby and thought that he was the most beautiful thing in the world. And she knew that he would have all the opportunities that she never had. Linda Cruz's life was now perfect. She had the man she loved, that she called her husband, a beautiful baby boy, and a beautiful house in Parkland, Florida. And like most new mothers, she was excited, and there were parties, and people bought baby gifts, and people signed his baby book. And Linda introduced two people as her parents. You see, when Linda was 2 and her brother was 3 up in New York, they were left in a crib by their mother. And in that crib was a note from their mother. She was done mothering. And she left. So Linda and her brother were raised by their paternal grandparents. Wonderful people in their late 60s, as their father commuted from Long Island to the city as a chef. This abandonment that Linda felt and this insecurity would follow her for the rest of her life. But very few people in Florida knew about that life. Because remember, she had created her own reality. She also sent out birth announcements. And you hear from one of Linda's oldest friends. Her name is Mary Hamill. Mary Hamill. Remember that name. Because she is so important in Nikolas's life from the very beginning until very shortly before this tragedy. So Mary goes to her P.O. box, she gets her mail out, she gets in her car, she's driving down, opening the mail as she's driving, and then she sees a birth announcement and she almost gets in a car accident. She immediately picks up her phone and she calls Linda and she says, "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" And Linda says, "I wanted it to be a surprise." And it wasn't until years later, when Mary's daughter was actually babysitting for Zachary and Nikolas, that she happened to come across some paperwork, adoption paperwork. That's how Mary found out that the boys were adopted. Mary, one of Linda's very best friends. Linda was really good at creating her own reality. So what happens to Brenda? She does what she only knows how to do. She goes back in the streets, doing the exact same thing, because she's not tired enough yet. She's not done. And she's drinking, and she's drugging, and she's selling her body, and within 1 month, she's arrested again. And then she's released. But 9 months later, when Nikolas is 9 months old, she steals her mother's car, leads the police on a high-speed chase until she stopped, and when she is, she's arrested for grand theft auto, driving while license suspended, and eluding law enforcement. And she was sentenced to 24 months Florida State Prison. And when she got to the reception center, she found out that she was 6 weeks pregnant. That baby is Zachary Cruz. A trick baby? We don't know. But we do know who Brenda called. She called that very same adoption attorney. And after Zachary was 6 months old in utero, he received the benefit that Nikolas never did. For the first time in a very long time, Brenda Woodard was clean and sober. And Zachary got the benefit of proper nutrition and prenatal care, all courtesy of the Florida Department of Corrections. And back in Parkland, Florida, Linda loved every minute of being a mother. She became friends with other mothers on the street. Although she was sometimes 20 or 25 years older than them, their children played together, and you're going to hear from one of those people. Trish Devaney. She had moved here from New Jersey. She was in her early 20s. Her and her boyfriend had just built a house down the street, and Trish had no one. Her family was far away, and Linda became like a mother to her. And they hung out all the time. But Linda never even told Trish that she wasn't married. Linda was actually Trish's maid of honor. And Trish's first baby, 7 months younger than Nikolas, would become Nikolas's first friend. And Linda liked having all the kids over. She had this beautiful house. She was proud of it. Swimming pool. The kids would play. And Nikolas grew. And he played with all of those other kids. And despite being smaller than everyone, everything was fine. Until it wasn't. His differences didn't really become apparent until he was around other children, where his behavior was different, where he didn't do what the other kids did. He didn't talk to the other kids, couldn't communicate. He wasn't socializing. He wasn't developing like other children. Now, Trish will tell you that she tried to talk to Linda about this. And Trish will also tell you that because of those conversations, there were weeks where they didn't speak to each other. But Trish wasn't the only one that was telling Linda that Nikolas was different. Roger was too. And Linda could ignore Trish, but she couldn't ignore her own husband, and she didn't. And as life continued in Parkland, Florida, Linda got a phone call from that same adoption attorney. Nikolas's biological mother was pregnant again. Did she want the baby? Would Nikolas want to be a big brother? Of course, she said. Let's set up the adoption trust account. And on February 21st, 2000, Linda, one of her very best friends, Renee Brown, who you will also hear from, and Nikolas drove up to Lowell Correctional Institute, which is just right outside of Ocala, and picked up Zachary Cruz, Nikolas's new baby brother. So the family of 3 now became a family of 4. And as Zachary normally developed, it became more apparent that Nikolas was not developing at the same rate. No parent wants to admit that their child is different. And Linda was no different. And she was in denial for a really long time, until she couldn't be anymore. And when Nikolas was just turning 3, he went to his first psychiatrist, Dr. Musa. And the records will show you that from that visit, Dr. Musil said what a challenging child Nikolas was, that he ran into his office and got underneath his desk, and then 20 minutes later to pull him out. And Dr. Musil wanted to help him, and he wanted to help Nikolas and Roger. You'll also see that there's some notations in the records about possible drug and alcohol exposure. He gave Linda literature. He gave her books. He gave her documentation. Give this to the teachers. Let's all work together. Let's figure this out. And please come back, Linda. The most important thing for Nikolas is consistency. Linda never went back. Having a developmentally delayed child was not part of Linda's perfect story. And at the same time Nikolas was having all of these developmental delays, social skills, communication, emotional, behavioral, gross and fine motor skills, adaptive function, sensory issues, you will hear from Ann Fisher. Ann Fisher was the director of Young Minds Learning Center, who noticed all of those developmental delays. and finally convinced Linda to get help. She will tell you that Nikolas's body wasn't proportioned. His head was too big for his body. His ears were too big for his head. He didn't play with the other children. He didn't talk to the other children. He was aggressive. She thought maybe he'd been exposed to drugs and alcohol in utero. And for months, Linda didn't want to hear it. Oh, he's young. He's going to grow out of it. All kids act like this. But Aunt Fisher was persistent. She wanted to help Linda Cruz. She wanted to help Nikolas Cruz. And she wanted to help Robert Cruz. She wanted to get them the help that they needed in order to parent a developmentally delayed child. And she wanted to get Nikolas the resources that he needed so that he could be as successful as he could be. So finally, Linda let go of some of her secrets. She tells Aunt Fisher Nikolas is adopted. They didn't know that before. And that his mother was a drug addict. And finally, Linda agreed to get help. And because of Aunt Fisher's referral, Nikolas was evaluated by the Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resource Center. It's also called FIDLERS. It's a government-funded program that helps all children with any type of issues, usually early intervention. Let's catch them up. Let's get them early. And as a result of that evaluation, you will hear evidence that Nikolas was observed by teachers, by parents. Evaluations were done. And you will hear that as a result of the evaluation done by the Broward County School Board, Nikolas was classified with an eligibility of developmentally delayed in all areas and in a language impairment. The documentation shows that Nikolas acted more like a child that was just turning 2, and he was 3.5 years old. From that point on, 3 years old, Nikolas would be classified as an ESE student in the Broward County school system, what we used to call a special needs child. Knowing how important early intervention is and was, Nikolas went to a language-based preschool. He had an individual education plan. It's called an IEP, and you're going to hear all about that, where he had certain eligibilities, and he had certain services and goals and all this stuff, as well as behavioral interventions. And you will hear that Nikolas received a lot of services, a lot. Some of them actually worked. Nikolas would experience short periods of success, followed by unbelievably inappropriate behavior and academic struggles. But you see, all of those people that tried to help Nikolas, all of those teachers, all of those programs, didn't know what you now know. That Nikolas was poisoned mentally. He was brain damaged. Now, no one ever really figured out what was wrong with Nikolas until he's in his current situation. Some people speculated they were spot on. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, has often been referred to as an invisible disorder because it's often misdiagnosed. And what does it mean when somebody is misdiagnosed? Not just for Nikolas, but for anybody. It means you don't get the proper treatment. In some cases, you don't get the proper medicine. You don't get the proper interventions. You don't get the proper support. You don't get what you need to deal with your illness or your disorder. You will learn a great deal about Nikolas and about FASD, and the invisible will become visible to you. It will be frustrating and maddening to you about all the opportunities that were missed in Nikolas's life, things that he so desperately needed. Sadly, we can't undo those harms, and we can't undo the harms done to Nikolas. We can't undo the harm that Nikolas did to others. FASD describes a range of effects that occur when an individual's brain is exposed to alcohol during pregnancy. Now, we're not talking about a mom having a glass of wine. We're talking about use and abuse. The effects of this disorder include physical, mental, developmental, academic, communication, every area. And it has lifetime implications. It's a disorder. It doesn't go away. Teachers and therapists, case managers, police, friends, and family will tell you how it impacted Nikolas's life. And we will present experts who specialize in FASD that will tell you what alcohol does to a developing brain. Listen to those experts, but more importantly, listen to the lay witnesses, because they will describe to you all of the behaviors that constitute fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. I suspect that you're also going to hear another acronym. ASPD. Antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorder is defined as a lifelong pattern of disregard for other people's safety, for their needs, and for the feelings of others. And there'll be doctors that'll come in and they have this book called the DSM-TR. And they'll say, check, check, check. He's got ASPD. But I'm going to be honest with you. Our experts will come in here too and say, he probably checks off a lot of that. He's going to say that he does not meet the criteria for ASPD. ASPD. Too many acronyms. But that's the easy thing. And this isn't supposed to be easy. And what you now have is the information that nobody else ever had. And you will hear that Nikolas's lifelong developmental delays, his communication and language disorders, his emotional and behavioral issues, his impaired motor skills, those are not explained by ASPD. Those are explained by FASD. But you see, you get to make those decisions individually. And you will hear that at Riverglades, which is that language-based preschool I just talked to you about, a special education center, he was receiving early interventions with the hopes that it would catch him up, but it didn't. Nikolas's disabilities were global. And when you don't know what causes something, it's really hard to figure out how to treat it, because you can't fix it, right? But we can treat disorders. You will also hear from one of Nikolas's special education teachers in preschool. She's going to describe to you a child that was terrified, filled with anxiety, stress. He didn't know how to communicate. He didn't understand when people were talking to him. And he was unsafe. And you'll hear her testify that she brought in a sheet. She put it over a table, something like this. And Nikolas had a safe spot. And he would go in there and he would do his work. And then you will hear later on she brought in a box. She cut windows out, put stuffed animals in there, and Nikolas would go in there where he felt safe because he couldn't really get along with the other kids. And you will hear that that teacher would go in there to teach him. You will hear that Nikolas did not communicate at all. He acted out and he acted like a tiger. You see, his behavior was his form of communication. He would bite, he would spit, he would kick, he would punch, he would pounce. Nikolas, use your little boy hands, was often heard in the classroom. And as he slipped further and further behind developmentally, his behavior got even more challenging. And another psychological evaluation was ordered. And you will hear testimony about that evaluation. That Nikolas had limited abilities. That he had a very low IQ. Now I'm going to be honest with you. The experts will tell you that when you get an IQ score from a very young child, it's a baseline. You use it cautiously. But what you will hear is that he was very impaired intellectually. And that would remain through his life. You will hear from that evaluation that Nikolas had a difficult time communicating and expressing himself, and that he often had misperceptions because he didn't understand what people were saying to him, which led to stress and anxiety and fear. The school psychologist described him as a youngster that was overly stressed and anxious. He was fine. What is most interesting about that school psychologist evaluation is what she did next. This school psychologist had been involved in the Broward County school system for 38 years. And in those 38 years, she had made 2 recommendations for psychiatric evaluation on children as young as Nikolas. And that's what she did. She contacted Student Services for the Broward County School Board and made a recommendation that Nikolas get a psychiatric evaluation. We've got to find out what's going on with this kid. The school board never did that psychiatric evaluation. And on August 16th, 2014, 5 days before Nikolas was supposed to start kindergarten, he watched his father die in front of him. The family of 4 was now once again a family of 3. And Linda would become a single mother for the rest of her life to 2 very challenging young boys. And you see, throughout Roger and Linda's relationship, Roger controlled everything. Took care of the bills, took care of the house. So what Linda didn't know is that Roger had refinanced the house over and over again, and they were in deep financial trouble. You see, not only was Linda abandoned by the death of her husband, but she was betrayed by her husband. People will tell you that she never got over that. For kindergarten, Nikolas went to what is referred to as an ESE cluster, Special Education Cluster. And you're going to hear a lot of information about what is a cluster. You will hear that it's a small teacher-to-student ratio. There's a paraprofessional. There's usually more than one teacher, and there's a lot of support. There's a lot of intervention, and that's where Nikolas went. And you will hear from his family counselor, John Newman, who was probably one of the only consistent things that Nikolas had throughout his childhood, from kindergarten until he left Coral Springs Elementary in 5th grade. And Mr. Noonan, he's going to testify about some of Nikolas's successes at Coral Springs Elementary. And he's going to tell you not about his failures, because he doesn't like that word, his struggles. In kindergarten, further testing once again determined that Nikolas was very developmentally delayed and that he required constant supervision. He wasn't able to retain information, and he struggled in all academic areas. And that year, he was retained. Nikolas was also diagnosed with ADHD, and he was placed on medication. He was 6 years old. And he would remain on medication on and off until 2016. You will hear that the best educational environment for Nikolas Cruz is one that is structured and supportive, with a small student-to-teacher ratio, with certified special education teachers, and behavioral intervention programs. At that time, he was seeing a psychiatrist, he was seeing a clinical psychologist, he had a case manager in home services. However, he continued to struggle with behavioral issues and academic issues. And that's because people still didn't know what was wrong with him. Throughout his time at Coral Springs Elementary, Nikolas struggled in all areas, academically, socially, developmentally, regardless of the services that he received. But despite all of those struggles, despite being below grade level almost every year, he was continually promoted. Because you see, if you're an ESE student, you can only be retained one time. And then you get what's called good cause promotions. Also during this time, throughout elementary school, Nikolas's medication was being changed frequently. They were trying to give him something for his aggression, something for his attention. So it was always on and off. And Linda, mom, would stop the medication sometimes. It was too expensive. Put him back on it, take him off of it, and sometimes she would even divide the medication between Nikolas and Zachary. And as Nikolas's peers moved on, Nikolas continued to row his boat in circles. Despite these continual struggles in ESE, throughout Coral Springs Elementary, those services changed very little. Except, of course, when most of them were removed when he went to West Glades Middle School. He was 13 years old, moving into 6th grade. He was leaving a school with 650 students and moving to a school with 1,500. And back at home, there was no structure. The train was off the track. Not only were the police now responding to the house, but so was the YES team. And the YES team is the Youth Emergency Services. They're through Henderson Behavioral Health. It's a mobile crisis unit. You can pick up the phone and say you need help, and they come out. You see, Linda's perfect world, her facade was crumbling. On the outside, everything looked really good. This beautiful house. But inside, she was overwhelmed, she was exhausted, and she had no support system. And Linda fell deeper and deeper into a depression. And her overwhelming anxiety about money led to locks on the fridge, timers on showers, and her unplugging all of the appliances at night. And Linda started using local law enforcement and the YES team as co-parents to help her control her 2 boys. And that glass of wine that she had every night would turn into 2 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of wine. West Glades Middle School. When kids go to middle school, they are thrown to the wolves. It's a completely different environment. And the services that a special needs kid gets in elementary school, Jack Vasey will tell you, principal of West Glades Middle at the time, we just don't have the staff. We just don't have the services. We don't have the structure and the support that these kids need. So what everybody knew Nikolas needed, which was structure and support, it was gone. And he roamed the halls of West Glades Middle. And at the beginning of middle school, Nikolas, he did all right. But when the social, we're in 6th grade now, emotional and academics demands continued to pile on Nikolas, his behavior worsened. And even though he still received some ESC services, it was in a mainstream classroom now, sometimes with 30 children, and teachers that did not have the specialized training that they needed, that they deserved to have to deal with a student like Nikolas. You will hear that they tried. They went to administration. They went to the ESC staff. They wrote referrals. You see, Nikolas would yell in class. He would uncontrollably laugh for attention. He would destroy property. He even grabbed a phone from a teacher's hand as she was trying to call 911. And his fascination with firearms began. He brought a weapon to school, which resulted in him not being allowed to have a backpack anymore. And he was placed on an escort-only status. That means that there was some adult or a school monitor that literally had to walk Nikolas from class to class every day. And without proper interventions, Nikolas's behavior got worse. Not only was Nikolas not getting an appropriate education, but no other student that was in class with him was getting an appropriate education either because of his disruptive behavior. And teachers will tell you that they went to administration, they went to ESC, that they were blown off. They were told to deal with it, that Nikolas deserved an education. No one here is going to tell you that Nikolas Cruz or any other special needs child doesn't deserve an education. But what a special needs child deserves is the appropriate environment where their individual needs are met. That placement was not West Glades Middle School for Nikolas. Instead of putting Nikolas in a school where he could maybe be productive, he remained at West Glades Middle School until the second half of 8th grade, when finally he was transferred to Cross Creek. Cross Creek is a specialized educational center that educates children whose behavior is a manifestation of their mental illness. When Nikolas left West Glades Middle School, he was struggling in every academic area, and he had received 70 disciplinary referrals. And at home, Nikolas was receiving case management. There was an in-home therapist from Henderson and from Camelot Community Care. And they had very strong suspicions that Nikolas needed more services. He needed more help. They needed a proper diagnosis. And they made lots of recommendations. Very few of them Linda listened to. And you will also hear it was during this time the psychiatrist that was prescribing Nikolas medication had recommended that Nikolas be placed in a residential treatment facility. But you see, if that happened, then Linda would lose his Social Security benefits. He never went to that treatment facility. But on February 7th, 2014, Nikolas was enrolled in Cross Creek School. Cross Creek is the most restrictive educational environment in Broward County. This school serves students that have emotional, behavioral disabilities through a therapeutic and a behavioral environment. This is not a behavioral center. This is not a punitive school. There are those schools in Broward County, and this is not one of them. Let me explain to you what Cross Creek is like. They have 13 clinical therapists. They have a school psychiatrist on staff that does medication management and provides services to all students. 2 psychiatric nurses, 2 behavioral specialists that develop behavioral plans, implement therapeutic resources. They have a school resource officer, they have a security specialist, they have 15 crisis management staff members that are trained in verbal de-escalation skills as well as professional crisis management. 27 educational support providers, all of them, everyone at that school is ESE certified. 19 certified teachers. There's a speech and language pathologist. There's a school-wide behavioral system, a school-wide behavioral plan. At that school, there's approximately 80 staff members. It goes from kindergarten to 12th grade. There's 150 students, and they are constantly supervised. And remember, the evidence will show you that what we know about Nikolas's educational environment is that when it's structured and when it's supportive, he does better. And you know how Nikolas did? He did pretty well. Behaviorally, academically, was everything perfect? No. But remember, he's mentally ill and he's brain damaged. But he did well for himself. But his fascination with firearms continued. His mother was told by many people from the school and from the in-home case management, do not buy him a BB gun. Do not buy him an airsoft rifle. Linda Cruz bought him a BB gun. Linda Cruz bought him an airsoft rifle. And you will hear that that Cross Creek psychiatrist, along with Linda, developed a home safety plan because Nikolas was having dreams about being covered in blood. And you know what you will also hear from that Cross Creek psychiatrist? As they're trying to partially mainstream Nikolas to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Junior ROTC is not recommended for this child. Nikolas was partially mainstreamed to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. 2 classes they enrolled him in. One of them was Junior ROTC. And Cross Creek, like they do for most of their students, hold a carrot. We want children to be in the least restrictive environment. You'll hear a lot about that. Get them moving to their home-based school. And most kids really want to do that. So that's what they did. They held a carrot in front of Nikolas. Good behavior, you go to MSD. But the reason why Nikolas's behavior improved, why he was having some success academically, is because he was exactly where he should have been, at Cross Creek. And you will hear a lot about that transition from Cross Creek to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. You will hear that eventually he was full-time mainstreamed. And you will tell you, and people will tell you that that never should have happened. And you will hear evidence from one of his support facilitators, a member of the special education team, ESC, that she received Nikolas's IEP, Individual Education Plan, you're going to hear a whole bunch about this, which lists his eligibility, which lists impairments in domain, and gives a history of the child's behavior in other schools. You'll hear from that support facilitator that she took that IEP and that she went to the assistant principal that was in charge of the ESE program at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and she said, look at this. This child does not belong here. And she was told to stay in her lane. So Nikolas went from a school with 150 students, all those resources I just explained to you, constant supervision, the most restrictive educational environment in Broward County, to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, with a population of 3,333 students. And at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Nikolas struggled. Behaviorally, socially, and academically. He started cutting himself. He even drank gasoline. And he talked incessantly about how he wanted to buy a firearm when he turned 18. It was so concerning that a behavioral threat assessment was done because the school social worker and the school therapist were terrified. They were concerned about Nikolas, and they were concerned about the other students. So they went to the school resource officer, Scott Peterson, who knew Nikolas, because you see, everybody knew Nikolas. And they said, he's cutting, he's drank gasoline, he wants to buy a firearm, he needs to be Baker acted. And what a Baker Act is when you are a danger to yourself, potentially, or someone else. And you need to go to a facility where you can be assessed, maybe medication management, maybe referrals to other programs. And Scott Peterson said, I'm not Baker acting that kid. Go ahead and call Henderson. So that school social worker and that school therapist called Henderson, and out came that bus, the Youth Emergency Service Mobile Crisis Unit. And they talked to Nikolas, and Nikolas said, I'm fine. I'm fine. So they didn't Baker act him. But that did not stop the school social worker, did not stop the school therapist. They called Henderson again, and then they called the abuse hotline through the Department of Children and Family, which sparked an investigation where Nikolas was classified as a vulnerable adult due to mental illness. DCF went out there and they said everything's fine. And Henderson and their mobile crisis unit went back out there 3 times. And Nikolas was assessed for a potential Baker Act. And of those 3 times, he was assessed by 2 mental health interns, which means legally they can't even Baker Act anybody. He wasn't Baker acted. And 6 days later, on October 1st, 2016, Nikolas Cruz and Linda Cruz walked into Gun World of South Florida, where Nikolas bought his first real gun. All right. As a result of that threat assessment, Nikolas was no longer allowed to carry a backpack to school. And every morning he had to be searched. And it was around that time that MSD, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, realized this kid does not belong here. He needs to go back to Cross Creek. That's where he might be successful. So they pulled Nikolas to the office, now 18, now able to make his own educational decisions. And they gave Nikolas a choice. You can go back to Cross Creek, or you can stay here at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and revoke all of your services, all of your special education services. On a document that was generated by we don't know who, typed out, not a formal Department of Education revocation form, Nikolas signed his name. And he revoked all of his special education services. Think about that. This is a child who had been receiving special education services since he was 3 years old. And they were all gone now. So Nikolas remained at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas until February of 2017. When he had a meeting and they told him, you're never going to graduate. You don't have enough credits. You need to leave. So Nikolas left. He literally ran off of school campus. And when he did it, one of those school monitors, as he was watching Nikolas run off the campus, said, that kid is going to come back and shoot this school up. So now you have a child who has no ESE services, no support. He didn't stop being brain damaged. He didn't stop being emotionally handicapped. He didn't stop having a language impairment. He didn't stop needing services, but they were all gone. And you're going to hear a lot from those teachers that tried to do something. They'll come here and they'll testify, and some of them do not want to be here. They're here because they're under subpoena. But we had to bring them in so that you get all of the information that you need. Because you have to make a decision about whether or not another human being lives or dies. And what they tell you and the things that they say are not excuses, they're not justifications, and they're not defenses. They're part of Nikolas's story, and it's my job to tell you that story. So after Nikolas left MSD, he floundered around, went to some off-campus learning centers where he'd work on a computer, self-paced kind of thing. No structure, no stability, no medication. And then on November 1st, 2017, the one consistent person in his life, the one that loved him unconditionally, the woman that did the very best that she was able to do, Linda Cruz, she died. And Nikolas was there. Nikolas was 19. He had just turned 19 in September. And Zachary Cruz was 17. And by the time of the shooting, law enforcement had gone to the Cruz's house over 40 times. And by the time of the shooting, the YES team had gone to the Cruz family house over 14 times. We will tell you Nikolas's life story so that we can give you reasons to vote for life. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask each and every one of you to do that. And now the state has the responsibility of proving all of the aggravation, the reasons for death. And you must all agree on that. And we will present you with mitigation. Reasons for life. And you don't have to agree on that. In fact, the law says that you can disagree. You can give mitigation any weight that you want. And it's individual because different things hold different value to other people. None of us has walked the same walk. Your vote has to be an individualized moral decision, not collective. And you never have to justify, explain, or defend your vote for life. You can deliberate, and everybody here will encourage you to do that. But you don't debate it. And I know that each of you will be respectful to your fellow jurors and respect their vote, even if you don't agree with it. You are never required to vote for death. Even if the state of Florida proves every single aggravator, you can still vote for life. And there's something else I have to remind you of. You are confined to the statutory aggravators that the state proves to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And that does not include those victim impact statements. They were heartbreaking. They were beautiful to hear those people talk about what they had lost in their beautiful children. But you're not allowed to consider it in the verdict. The law requires you to put it aside. And you are here because each of you said that you could do that. It's hard, but you said you could. And we know that you will. We all agree, everyone here agrees that Nikolas deserves to be punished. Without a doubt. But life without the possibility of parole is a severe enough penalty, is a severe enough punishment. When you not only look at the crime, but you look at the person that committed it. I'm confident that once you hear Nikolas's story, that you will know in your heart that a vote for life is the right vote, and that justice will be served with that verdict. Your life verdict can come from all of the things that Nikolas did not show those 17 beautiful souls. It can come from compassion. It can come from grace. And it can come from mercy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess, just long enough for everyone to stretch and just take 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're in recess for 10 minutes, just long enough for everyone to use the restroom.
Speaking to the state.
It's
about
gonna
our
it'll take a
Okay.
few minutes to line the jurors up. And I'll let you know before we bring them in case you're not ready. I bought like a bag of Hershey bars. No, Sophia and I ate them all week. It was like only a third one. Send it to my. SF-215 and SF-216. Can you forward it to me again? I don't have it. Sure. And can you send it to my email, please? You have it? Oh, if it's on Odyssey, I can print it. I'll just get it off the computer.
I vote on it.
What is the motion?
There are two motions, Judge. One is to redepose a handful of defense experts based on information that we received late on Friday afternoon regarding additional information that had been provided to
Does
those
this have
experts.
anything to do with any of the witnesses that are being called?
Not today, Judge, but for tomorrow. So that's why I just wanted to make the court aware of it. And if we want to,
Okay, I don't want to address it now.
Okay.
I want to get to the next witness. We will address it before we leave today, and I will make sure to review them over the lunch break so that I'm familiar with the issues. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I just need 1 minute with the witness,
No
Judge, to
problem.
go over her conditions.
What are the numbers? State 215 and
216.
We can print copies here.
as long as they're on Odyssey, I can get it without a problem. Come on, 68. So that's like 75.
Mr. Simmons. Ian, could you just show me how to turn this on, please? Yeah, because I don't know what to. I want it not to have that on it.
Can you have Mr. Simmons show you? Just kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding.
oh, I need as much direction. Okay.
Never mind.
I'm ready, Judge. Thank you.
Both sides ready, we're gonna bring in the jurors. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ms. McNeil, when you're ready, you may call your first witness.
The defense calls Carolyn Deacon. Deacons.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, please speak into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Carolyn Louise Deacons, Grimes Hill, Gilda Carey Deacons, and it's Deakins.
Ma'am, what was the last part of what you said? You said your name is,
You wanted it all again?
well, I wasn't sure.
And Deacons is the last thing because I changed back to my maiden name.
So the last part of what you said after Deacons, that's part of your name or that was something else?
Yes, my name is Carolyn Louise Deacons,
Okay, and how do you spell Deacons?
Deakins, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Deacons.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you currently reside?
At present, I live in Leesburg, Florida.
Okay. How long have you lived there, Ms. Deacons?
I bought a home there in September of last year.
Okay.
Soon be a year.
Okay. And where did you move when you moved to Leesburg?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. And how long have you were you living in Kentucky?
For the past 24 years.
Okay. Is that where you were raised?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have family back there?
I have grandsons, 2 sons, a daughter, a grandbaby, 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and my dad.
Okay. And are you currently working?
Part-time.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work for Dairy Queen part-time.
Dairy Queen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you do anything else in the community?
Actually, I do. I mentor and help support 4 women from the Healing Hands place.
What is Healing Hands?
It's for battered women. It's for drug addicts that want to get clean. It's women with children, with no homes. Whatever I can do to help, that's what I do.
And why do you do that work?
Because a long time ago, somebody did that for me. I'm sorry.
Ms. Deacons, you don't have to apologize.
It's
She'll get you some tissues.
I'm just grateful to be alive because the kind of life we led back then, I shouldn't even be here talking to you people.
Okay. Well, now we're going to get to that, okay? Is this the first time you've lived in Florida?
No,
Okay.
I lived in Fort Lauderdale for many years.
Okay. You remember when approximately you moved down here?
1982.
Okay. And how long did you live here that time?
Up until 1998.
Okay.
I went back and forth to Kentucky a couple of times, but my primary residence was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Why did you move back to Kentucky?
Actually, it got to be monotonous, and I got tired. I just wasn't done. You know what I mean? I would go back home, try to get clean, try to get my head right, but nothing seemed to work, and I always winded up right back in Florida.
Now, Ms. Deacons, when you say it was monotonous and you weren't done, what were you not done with?
Drugs and alcohol. You can't help somebody that doesn't want to be done. You know, you have to be willing to be over it and not want that kind of life anymore.
So at some point, did you come back down here in 1998?
Yes, I did. I came back here, and it was winter up there, but it was spring down here in February and March.
February, March of 1998 is when you came
Yes,
back?
I came back here.
Okay. Do you know a woman, or did you know a woman by the name of Brenda Woodard?
I knew Brenda Woodard very well.
And how did you know Brenda?
Well, Brenda and I were introduced through some mutual friends who were gay, and so we met. We hung out a few times. We didn't constantly hang out, and over the years, the last few years I was there, we would meet maybe once or twice a week on the streets while we were working, and chit chat. I actually never hung around with Brenda on a continuous until I came back down here in 98. And then she and I hooked up, and we stayed together until the time we got arrested.
So I want to break all that down.
Okay.
But first I want to show you something, okay, and see if you recognize it. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Sure. Ms. Dickens, do you recognize this photograph?
That's Brenda.
And does this photograph accurately reflect the woman that you knew back in the 1990s?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move into evidence what has previously been marked for identification as M.
Defense M, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense M will be received without objection as defense M for identification will be received without objection as defense 1.
Do you want to mark it?
Sure.
Can you see that, Ms. Deacons?
Yes, sir.
Everybody else? Okay. This is Brenda Woodard, correct?
It is.
Okay.
This has been the days when we didn't care much about anything other than drinking and getting high and making money in order to do that. Getting high, and it was our way of life. It was the only life we knew. Everything else didn't matter.
Let me ask you a couple questions. You said that you moved back down here in 1998.
I did.
You knew Brenda before then?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember when you first met Ms. Woodard?
It must have been in early 90s, maybe 92, 93.
Okay, and do you remember where you met her?
Yeah, actually I do, on Federal Highway.
Okay. That's also known as US 1?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Particular area that you hung out with? Or
Anywhere
met?
between 17th Street Causeway and State Road 84.
Okay.
It was where the known hookers went.
Okay. So you met Brenda in the area where all the other hookers
I met
were?
Brenda. She was basically somebody that, there was 3 or 4 girls that basically Brenda watched out for them while they did what they did. They're prostitutes. And she drove them around, took care of whatever they needed to be their backup. That's when I first met Brenda. That's what she did.
Okay.
But
So-
those changed.
What changed?
First, she lost her car. She actually got more addicted to drugs than she really wanted to.
Okay.
And it became her lifestyle also.
And that was your lifestyle, Ms. Deacons?
It was. I was a prostitute.
And what kind of drugs were you doing?
anything we could get our hands on, the truth be known. Mostly crack and snort cocaine and weed and drinking. That's what we did every day.
Did you have anything that you preferred to drink?
I was a bush beer drinker myself.
Okay. So you knew Brenda in the 80s, is that correct?
Late 80s, yeah,
Okay, and then you left and went back to Kentucky? Is
I
that-
did.
Okay. And then you
I
came
seemed
back.
like every time I got out of jail, I would go back to Kentucky thinking it would work, but never did until 1998.
So when you talked about this area of Federal Highway where all the hookers hung out,
Yeah.
was that an area that most people knew that's what you guys were doing there?
Oh, absolutely. That's where the known hookers were. And that main street and one block over, to stay off the highway as much as possible, we would be a block over and you would see somebody and they would wave at you like, let's hook up. And so you would travel the other side, go down the block so that the police couldn't see you and you'd get in the car.
Did you ever get arrested during that time?
Several.
Okay. Have you ever been convicted of a felony, Ms. Deacons?
Many.
Okay. Do you know how many?
6 or 7.
Okay. Have you ever been to prison?
Several times.
Okay. How about the county jail?
Oh, numerous amounts of times.
Okay. So let's talk about law enforcement. They would see you girls on the street?
Absolutely. They would run us off. And don't get me wrong. There were a couple of cops that they did nothing but watch out for us because, we'd been in jail so many times. I think they got tired and they watched out for us.
And at some point you left and you came back. Did you, in 1998, you think February or March, did you meet up with Brenda again?
It was a couple of days. No, from March to, I guess, the end of May, probably the end of May, because I didn't even know she had an apartment or anything. I just happened to run into her on US 1. And she said she needed to go to the store, and I said, well, I'm headed to the drug dealer. So she said,
You're headed where?
to the drug dealer.
Okay. Why did she want to go to the store?
I guess she needed to get meat. Brenda was a booster.
What's a booster?
Yeah. She would boost meat, steaks, high-dollar meat, and the drug dealer would trade it for drugs.
And how often did you see her doing that?
Numerous amounts of times.
Okay.
We never actually hung out, per se, all the time. We would see each other on the street. We would speak. Maybe take a couple of hits together, wherever we could. I had one specific place I used to go to, my friend's house, a couple of friends actually, and that's where I would go. And Brenda and I never per se hung out on a regular until I met her right before we were arrested in June.
Okay, so that's when she had the apartment.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll talk about that. So you're talking about you would go to friends' houses. Were you homeless?
absolutely.
Okay. And
I had a car though.
Okay, so you would sleep in your car?
Yeah,
Okay. And do you know if Brenda was homeless?
at the time I did.
Okay.
I thought she was, but she had an apartment.
And do you know when she moved into the
I
apartment?
don't.
Okay. And before you spent that time with Brenda in the apartment, you said you saw her frequently, once in a while on the streets?
Yeah,
And what was she doing on the streets? What did you observe her doing?
Brenda was a prostitute too.
Okay.
When Brenda couldn't get meat to make her way, she turned to prostitution. It was quick and easy money. Everybody knew it. So that's what we became.
And during that time, did you do drugs with her?
Yes, on occasion.
What kind of drugs were you doing?
Crack.
with her? And
And
did you
beer.
dr- I'm sorry?
Beer.
Okay.
We
And-
drank a lot.
Okay. Do you remember what Brenda liked to drink?
Coke 45 malt liquor. 16 ounces.
Okay. How'd you guys carry those around?
In a sippy cup.
What does that
In
look
a
like?
big cup that you get
Okay.
from 7-Eleven. You could always tell the girls that were hookers, and that's not being disrespectful, but it's the truth, because we all had a big gulp.
And,
So we could carry our beer in it, or our iced tea, or whatever your choice was.
and when you would see Brenda before you spent time in her apartment, would she always have this big gulp
Absolutely.
out the cup?
Brenda's drug of choice was drinking, for real.
Do you remember what she would like to drink?
Colt 45.
What is Colt 45?
It's a beer. It's a malt liquor, actually. It's stronger than just a regular beer.
So explain to me what a normal day would be like before you guys moved.
Well,
You stayed at her.
I can't really tell you what a normal day would be like, because days run into days. You know what I mean? You know, you're up for 5-6 days at a time. You go from one day to day to day to day. And your main objective is to make money to get the drugs or get the drink, whatever it was you were accustomed to.
And these
So I can't not pinpoint for you day after day what day we did this or what day we did that, because my mind doesn't work that good anymore.
And did you and Brenda ever talk about, I mean, you said you had children. Did she ever talk to you about her daughter or her family?
Never knew Brenda had any children, period.
You didn't have those
I didn't know she had an older daughter. And I just found out Brenda was pregnant at the apartment.
So at some point you find out that Brenda has an apartment, right, in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay, how did you find that out?
Because Brenda came down the street, I was getting ready to get into my car, and because I'd been out working for about 3 hours. And she said, I need to go to the store. And I said, well, I'm headed over to Broward. It was off of Broward Boulevard. It's where we used to go. And everybody used to say they're going to Broward. So I said, I'm off to Broward. She said, well, let's make a stop and I'll go with you. Okay, so off we went. When we got back in the car, when Brenda got back in the car, I asked her, I said, because I was tired, wore out. I told her, Brenda, you drive. And she said, okay, I'll drive. So we went to drug dealers, and she bought dope.
Did she give the drug dealer steaks? Is that one of those?
She gave him a bag, which it was all meat, plus my money, and rested out the car, and she got the drugs from the drug dealer. We pulled off, was headed to the apartment.
Okay.
The car stalled on the bridge,
What bridge, do you remember?
coming back toward the apartment from Broward. We let it sit there a couple of minutes. It started back up. We went around the corner like this, put it in park, and sirens went off. And that was the day we got arrested.
So that would have been June 6, 1998.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit.
Go ahead.
At that point, Brenda had her apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you spending time in her apartment?
I was there for a few days, a couple of days.
And that all day, every day during
Yes,
that
ma'am.
period? Okay.
When we weren't working.
And working means what?
Prostitution.
Okay. So
Trying to make money.
what did that apartment look like?
Not much of anything. There wasn't anything there but a refrigerator, a stove, and a mattress. There was no furniture.
Was there any food in the apartment?
No. Food wasn't our big interest.
What is it that you and Brenda would do in the apartment when you weren't working?
We'd get high
And what were you getting?
and
high?
drink. You know, drink is a whole lot cheaper. So we would buy at least a 12-pack so we could sit down and relax for a little longer.
You mean if you had the
If
booze?
we had something to drink, we wouldn't have to be out so many times.
Okay. And you said a 12-pack. Is that you would have a 12-pack or you would split a 12-pack?
Oh, I don't drink the kind of beer she drinks, so I had my own.
Okay. So she was drinking the Colt 45?
I was drinking Bush. I always drank Bush beer.
Okay.
I don't
And
drink anything anymore. Thank God.
So at some point during that week, did you find out that Brenda was pregnant?
Brenda went into the bathroom and she got sick. And I thought she was drug sick. And so I still had a little bit, you know. She had her stuff and I had mine. I still had some. And I asked her, I said, Brenda, are you drug sick? Here, take some of mine. Here, take this piece of crack, is exactly what I said to her. And she said, no, it ain't drugs. I'm pregnant. And I thought, oh, my God. And then that's when we kind of got into a little bit of a, It's my life and I'll do what I want to. And I was trying to tell her, you know, Brenda, you can't do this. You're pregnant. Babies. It's hard on them. She didn't care at that point.
Okay. So even after she told you that she was pregnant, did you see her continuing to use
Absolutely.
alcohol?
Absolutely. Drugs, alcohol, weed, cigarettes, anything she could get her hands on. She was just like me. That was our daily routine. That's how we lived our life.
Was it one of the kind of a lifestyle where one day just went into the next day and you were just surviving and doing what you had to do?
One day led into another, into weeks. I was up one time for 12 days straight. I was to the point of hallucination. It becomes your way of life, and that's all you know.
So you're a recovering addict, isn't that
I
correct,
am.
Ms. Deacon?
25 years.
Okay. And based on the observations that you made of Brenda with her drugs and alcohol use, do you believe she was a drug and alcoholic during that time?
I know she was. I don't have to think. I know she was.
Okay. So did you know what Brenda was going to do with the baby?
Yes, I did. She told me when she told me she was pregnant, and I rant and raved a little bit. She said, "Don't worry about it. It's all took care of. I have a lawyer, and the baby's going up for adoption, and so I'm not going to have to worry about it." And that's how she felt. She didn't want it. Nikolas, I'm sorry, but that's how it was.
Based on the conversations that you had with her and the things that you observed, did it appear that she cared about the baby that was growing in her belly?
No. No.
The most important thing was the drugs and the alcohol?
It was how we lived our life at that time.
So now let's go to that June 6th, 1998, when the lights and sirens went on. Tell us what happened that day.
Well, when the sirens came on, Brenda still had the baggies in her hand, and she reached behind the seat like this and put it in with the beer because we had stopped and bought beer. And the lights went on, and they get out of the car and told us to get out of the car. We're being arrested because they know they saw us just buy drugs at the drug dealer's house. And I'll tell them, you didn't see me buy shit. I'm sorry. You didn't see me buy anything. I was in the car. Brenda bought it. You saw her do it, but you're together, so I saw you're under arrest for drugs. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I went to the police just like this.
Oh, I think we're getting a little off topic here. Let's ask another
Well, no, she's talking about the arrest.
Yeah. And I showed him that I didn't have anything on me.
So
I didn't understand why I got arrested.
So, Ms. Deacons, you just stood up and you were pulling
I
your
pulled out
pockets
my pockets and showed him that I didn't have any drugs.
Okay. Did you guys get arrested?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what happened after you got arrested?
I went to jail.
Okay, how long were you in jail?
I done another year and 4 months. I didn't get out.
So you went to jail and then
I went to court the next morning and they sentenced me up to a year.
Okay. And what were you convicted of?
Possession,
Of what?
cocaine.
Okay. What was it that you and Brenda were going to do with that cocaine?
We're going to smoke it.
And what were you and Brenda going to do with the booze in the car?
Well, drink it. That's what we did.
Now, this is after you know that she's pregnant, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever hear Brenda talking to the adoption attorney on the phone or in
A
person?
couple of times, yeah, because she called him because, she couldn't get any meat or we didn't have the money. She would call this attorney and he would give her money. And a couple of times I heard her talking to them.
What would you guys do with that money?
Again, we would buy dope and beer.
Okay. So, if you hadn't been staying at Brenda's apartment, would you have been sleeping on the streets?
No, I had a car.
Okay. After you were arrested with Brenda on June 6, 1998, did you ever see her again?
No, ma'am. I never saw any, and I never met Nikolas. I went home in 99 when I got out of jail, and I never looked back. I never looked on Facebook. I never knew anything of Brenda's life or even what the baby was, because I didn't know what the baby was at that time. I didn't even know it was a boy until I heard from the district attorney a couple of years ago about Untitled and what had happened. That was my first clue about Brenda's life since we separated.
Now, are you sure it was the district attorney that contacted
I'm not
you?
sure who it was,
Okay.
to be quite honest.
Okay.
A detective, that's all I can tell you.
Okay. Now, while you were in jail, did you ever contact the adoption attorney?
Yeah, I did.
How did you have the number for the adoption?
Well, because when girls are running together, they always give each other numbers, in case something drastic happens so we can get in touch. But I was mad at her, so yeah, I called the attorney and told him everything. The drug dealer, where it was, the whole shop.
Why were you mad at her?
Because I got arrested for something that wasn't even, actually it was mine, but at that time I wasn't going to admit it,
And do you know what happened to Brenda? Did she get out?
I found out later, yes, she did get out.
I'm going to show you another document. One moment, please. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Sure. This is this. Ms. Deacons, who is Carolyn Carey?
Me.
Okay. So,
I had 3 different aliases.
okay.
I had Carolyn Carey, Carolyn Deacons, Carolyn Gilda, but they were all my name because I was married that many times.
So I want to show you a document. Do you recognize this document?
I have my glasses on, so I have to hold it way out here. Yes, I do remember this. I did call.
So tell me what this document is.
It's when I called the attorney and told him that Brenda was drugging and that she took my car, she hotwired my car, she stole my car.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to move into evidence what has previously been marked as for identification, defense N, and then I would also like to tender to the court business record certification. This document is from the adoption records. So this is the certification, and this is the document.
No objection.
You said no objection?
No objection.
Are you gonna mark the certification?
Yes. Ms. Bashman, we're going to just give you that. Okay.
I'm sorry?
She's going to mark. Yep.
Without objection, defense N will be received as defense 2. And 1 second, Your Honor. The certification, Your Honor, would be marked for V as in Victor. Defense 4, V as in Victor. Right, defense 4, V will be received without objection as defense 3.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Sure.
Ms. Deacons, can you see this document in front of you?
Yeah, it's the same document you just showed me.
Okay, and it's identified you as the caller, and your name then was Carolyn Carey?
It was.
Okay. When's the first time you returned to Broward County, Ms. Deacons?
The very first time?
No,
Or
since your arrest in 1998.
yesterday?
Okay. You've never stepped foot back in Broward?
Never.
Why not?
Too many ghosts. Lots of demons. Tragic lifestyle. Drugs and alcohol. The way I lived. I couldn't do it anymore.
Can I have a moment, please, Carolyn?
You may.
Ms. Deacon, you had mentioned earlier that Brenda preferred to drive the girls around.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why?
Oh, yeah, it's quicker than walking. I
Right.
mean, just seriously, most of the girls out there didn't have a pot to pee in, you know, a window to throw it out of. They were on foot. Brenda had a car. Everybody was going to hang out with Brenda because they could get back and forth quicker. Okay. Did I know those people? I saw them on the streets, but I never knew them.
Okay. And
They were just working girls.
did she prefer to boost as opposed to
Absolutely. That was the main thing she did.
Do you know why she preferred to boost stakes as opposed to prostitution?
Brenda was gay. She didn't like men.
Did Brenda ever tell you who the father was of the baby?
Brenda didn't even know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Deacon.
Thank you.
What did they do?
Good afternoon, Ms. Woodard. Or, excuse me,
Miss
Ms.
Deacon.
Deacon. I'm sorry. Been reading Woodard for a while.
Not even.
Ms. Deacon, so you said two different things in your testimony at different times. I'm not sure if it was just a misstatement or not.
Probably.
That's okay. You said originally that you met Miss Woodard 92 or 93. And then I think you were asked a question if it was the late 80s, and you said yes to that as well. Which one was it?
Yep, I was in the night. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yes, I met Brenda in the 90s. In the 80s, from 82 until I think around 86, I didn't work in the prostitution. I was a dancer at Dollhouse on Federal Highway.
Okay, so you met...
I met her in the 90s.
Okay.
So, originally.
All right. So 92 or 93, you met her. You'd see her once a week or so?
Sometimes a week, once a week. Sometimes it could be a couple of weeks, just depending on how the girls were and how they worked. It was like a revolving door. We would meet, but we never were hangout buddies. She had her crowd and I had mine.
Okay. And you didn't know that she had a daughter that was born in 86, so she
No,
was
I did not.
4 to 6 years old or around then?
No, I did not.
Okay. And even in 1998, when you were living at the apartment, not living at the apartment, when you were sleeping over at the apartment for...
Yeah, because I wasn't living there.
Right, just for a few days you were there,
Yeah.
you said, right?
Yes.
And there was no sign of a about 11 or 12-year-old girl, was there?
There wasn't any clothes in the apartment. The only thing that was there was a mattress. We didn't even have a sheet on the bed, and a refrigerator and a stove. It was like they gave her the apartment, but she just never moved in. It was a place to hang out and do drugs and drink.
Okay. And the call that you made, I guess is it still on the camera?
No, they've moved it.
Okay. All right. Is it on now?
It is now.
Okay. So it says Carolyn Carey called from jail, referenced Brenda Woodard. And so this is the time of this arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the June 6th,
Yes,
1998, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so you were still in jail and Brenda was out?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because I never came out.
Okay.
They sent me directly to prison.
And this is a message, right? That you.
It is a message.
Okay. And is it correct, the message?
Yes, Brenda broke into my car, and the car actually was in my husband's name because I was married at that time,
And when did she do that?
after she got out of jail.
Well, the message is that she advised she left her car across the street from Brenda's, and Brenda took it upon herself to break into it and wire the ignition and use the car. Was that for using the car to buy drugs?
No,
Okay.
no, because I was already in jail, and I called my husband, who was Patrick Carey at that time, and I told him that I was in jail, and so he put an APB stolen thing out on the car.
You said, and you showed the jury about how when the police stopped the car,
Yeah.
They asked you if you had any drugs,
Yes, they did.
and you pulled out your pocket to show that there was nothing in there.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you pulled out that you actually said you couldn't lie to the police, and you pulled out the plastic baggie from your right front pocket?
No, sir.
Okay. You know why the police report says that?
It might say that, but that's not what happened.
Okay, so what the police report says is not accurate?
To be quite honest with you, that day is kind of a blur, but I know where the drugs were. They were in the paper bag and behind the seat.
And like you said, the day was a blur, or
Every day was a blur if you want to know the truth about it.
so it
Because
could
all
have
we
been
did
that
was
way.
drink and drug.
It could have been that the police officer was right when he said that you said you couldn't lie, and you pulled out the plastic baggie from the right front pocket, right?
It could be.
Okay. And when you called the lawyer's office, was it a male lawyer or a female lawyer?
It was a man.
And you learned that it's not a male lawyer, it's a female lawyer that was taking care of the adoption, right?
I learned that later.
Okay, so you're incorrect about it being a male lawyer too, right?
I guess so. Everything is just crooked and backwards when you're in that state of mind.
Okay, and
I honestly thought it was a man.
when you were in the jail, does the jail let you keep your phone numbers that you collect from other women?
It all goes in your property, and yes, you can ask for certain things out of your property.
And you asked for the phone number to this adoption lawyer so you
I
could
did.
call up and say, Brenda is still using drugs.
I was mad.
Okay. And you were mad because weren't you buying drugs?
Yeah, of course we were.
Okay, so you got caught buying drugs, right?
We both did.
But why are you mad at her?
Well, I think we both should have been in jail.
Well, you both got arrested, didn't you?
Yeah, but, if I'm going to have to do a year, why didn't she have to do a year? To be quite honest with you, I think she turned over on the drug dealer.
So did she ever tell you what the circumstances of her pregnancy were?
What do you mean? What's the circumstances? She's pregnant.
Okay, all you knew.
Did I know if it was rape or if it was a trick baby? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No, she didn't.
Well, didn't you tell me something differently before in deposition?
It was a trick baby. That's what I thought. Yes, that's what I told you.
So that's different than what you're telling me now.
It's not different. No, it's not different. I considered it a trick baby because that's what we did. Now, if that's wrong, it's wrong. But to me, it was a trick baby, and so did Brenda think it was a trick baby. Brenda never said she was raped, so I'm taking it that it was a trick baby.
So when you said in your deposition that it was a trick baby, everybody knew that, and I asked you, how do you know that to be true? And your answer was, because she told me. That answer was not correct?
Yeah, it might be. I honestly cannot remember everything we talked about. You know, it's what it was. We were drug addicts.
Just like you can't remember whether or not you had the drugs on you or didn't have it on you, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I go now?
I'll let you know, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Deacon, in the late 1990s, were you a drug addict?
And an alcoholic. I was a dedicated drug addict, dedicated every day to getting high.
And is that what you were doing with Brenda?
Absolutely. That's the only reason Brenda and I hung out,
Now,
was to get high. We were not personal friends, per se.
so you didn't go to the movies?
We didn't go to movies, we didn't go to dinner, we didn't buy pizza together, we didn't take walks on the beach. We were drug addicts.
So I know that you said you've been convicted of 7 felonies,
I have,
but you have been arrested how many times?
I don't,
Do you even know?
probably 40, 45. It could be even more.
And do those arrests kind of verge into each other, one arrest to another arrest?
Yep,
Okay. But you know you were arrested that day with Brenda on June 6, 1990.
I know that it was June 6th.
Okay. And it was because both you and her were in possession of cocaine.
Exactly.
Okay. And even though she may have had it in her pocket or you may have had it in your pocket,
We were both, it was our drugs. It was both our drugs. It was our money, her meat. It was our stuff.
and what were you going to do with that?
I was fixing to get high. Real good high. Because we had 5 rocks.
So I understand that you were mad at Brenda,
I was.
okay, and you called the adoption attorney.
I did.
Okay. Are the things that you
I just was being pissed off, you know. Mean. I wanted her to go back to jail too.
But were you lying about the things you were telling those attorneys?
No. No.
Ms. Deacons, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, now ma'am, you're excused. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a recess for lunch. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating. Please, if somebody, remember the rule that if somebody comes up to you and tries to discuss the case, you must walk away. Tell them to leave you alone and report the matter immediately. Please leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you at 2:15. Thank you very much.
ask you if we could just have 1 minute to talk to Ms. Woodard, just to let her know about the prior convictions and the numbers and all that. Thank you. After Ms. Woodard, automatic witness is the same witness, so I think maybe we could take a break and let the hearing go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Are we ready to bring in the jurors?
Yes, yes.
Friends, are you ready? Yes? Yes, ma'am. Okay. You all can be seated. We have a few jurors that are in the restroom, so it might be a few minutes.
jurors are entering. All jurors are present.
Okay. Everyone else may be seated. The jurors are present. Defense, can you call your next witness?
Danielle Woodard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can put your hand out. Please speak into the microphone. State your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Danielle Woodard. My last name is Woodard.
Maybe you can speak up a little bit and
My name is Danielle Woodard. My last name is Woodard.
Thank you. Ms. Woodard, can you tell the jury where you currently live?
In Turner Guilford Night.
Okay, and what is that?
It's detention center.
Okay. In Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Overwhelmed.
Okay. Ms. Woodard, who's your mother?
Brenda Woodard.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of photos that have been marked as defense O and P for identification.
May I approach?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes, but will you repeat the what they're marked for identification?
Oh, P and O.
Do you know who it is in these photos?
That's Brenda.
Judge, I'm requesting that what's been marked as P and O be entered into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Defense exhibit PO for identification will be received as defense 4. Defense P for identification will be received as defense 5. You may.
Tammy. That's okay. Is your mother still alive?
She died last year.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other children?
Brenda had me, Nicholas, and Zachary.
Okay. Did you live with your mother as a child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever live with anyone other than your mother as a child?
Yes.
Who else did you live with?
Numerous people.
Okay. Who were they?
My grandmother. That was my mother. Dorothy. I loved my grandmother very much. And Jody.
Is that Jody Hale?
Jody Hale and her husband, who I called Grandpa.
Okay. Did you ever live in foster care?
Yes, I lived in foster care at the age of 12 and on.
And Dorothy was Brenda's mother. Is that right?
Dorothy was Brenda's mother.
Okay. I want to go back to 1998. Did you live with your mother in 1998?
That's the time of my life where I lived with Brenda. And Nikolas was developing in her polluted womb. And she was consuming grape Cisco wine cooler.
Objection, not responsive.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that stuff in just a minute. Do you remember when in 1998 you went to live with Brenda?
Yeah, I remember the day she picked me up.
Okay, do you know like about when it was? Was it in the winter, in the fall, in the summer?
It was in the summertime, right before school started. A while, maybe right after school, elementary had ended, and I was going into 6th grade. Yeah.
Okay, so sometime during the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened when, well, where were you living before you went to live with her in the summer?
Before I went to live with her, I was living with Jody.
Okay. And when Brenda came to get you to live with her, what happened on the way to that apartment?
She picked me up from Jody's house, and we went to a gas station when we got to Fort Lauderdale. It was right across the street from Women's in Distress Shelter. And she got down and went into the gas station, and I looked around, and I saw glass on the floor of the car because the back seat window was busted. And Brenda came out with a little brown paper bag, and she went to put gas in the car. And as she was pumped the gas, she came around to the front. She lit a cigarette and took a swig. And then she got in the car. I mean, when she was standing out there, that's when I noticed, you know, something in me said, she looks pregnant. She has a baby bump. And she got in the car. And I asked her, are you pregnant? And she looked at me and she said, I got raped. And she took another swig. She turned up the radio, and we drove to the efficiency that I moved into that day with her.
Do you know what was in the paper bag that she was drinking from?
Cisco.
Okay.
Her favorite.
Did anyone else live in the apartment with you?
No, at that moment it was just Me, her, and Nikolas.
Okay, did anyone else come to live with you in the apartment?
I begged my grandmother to come because Brenda was definitely out of control. And I never really liked her. She was never my favorite. But my grandmother came like 2 weeks later.
Did you ever go to the doctor with your mother?
I went to the doctor with her numerous times. I went to probation with her. Every time we would go, she would have me pee in a cup. And she'd take the pee I would give her and put it in a pill bottle and put aluminum foil and a rubber band around the top. And then I guess put it inside of her. So when she'd go in to see the people, she could urinate and have a clean urine.
Do you know if your mother had a drug problem?
Brenda definitely had a drug problem.
What kind of drugs did she use?
Crack cocaine.
Do you think she had a problem with alcohol?
Major problem with alcohol.
How often did she drink?
All the time.
And is this when you were living with her in that apartment in 1998?
Yeah.
Did your
And
mom?
after and before and even all the times I can remember, the majority of the time when I would be with her. Unless we were going to Alcoholics Anonymous. But later on that night, she probably ended up having a drink or two. She would have to do it for probation or something.
Did your mother smoke cigarettes?
Like a chimney.
And she did this while she was pregnant?
Yeah.
Did you ever go with her to buy alcohol and cigarettes?
Yeah. There was, from where we lived, Las Olas, right here, right in this area. Right down the street, there was a corner store. And I used to take trips with her. And we would go to the corner store and she would buy food. She would buy soda for me. She would buy her liquor. She would buy paraphernalia. And she would buy her cigarettes.
What kind of paraphernalia did she buy?
There would be these little roses all over the house sometimes, and I would never like could comprehend until I finally got it, understood. She would buy, they come out of, I'm so nervous.
Okay.
She would buy these pipes. I guess they were pipes, but they would like disguise them with little roses inside of them. And she would buy pipes and chore boy.
What is chore boy?
Chore boy is Brillo.
What do you use it for?
You use it to smoke crack.
Okay. Miss Woodard, did you see your mother drinking Cisco while she was pregnant?
Yeah.
Did you see her smoking crack while she was pregnant?
Yes.
Did you see her smoking cigarettes while she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when you moved in with her, you stayed with her up until the time Nikolas was born. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice her belly getting bigger and bigger?
Oh, She always wore those same Docker shorts with the baggy t-shirts. That's how I know Brenda.
Did she ever get arrested while you were living with her that summer?
Yeah, she did.
Do you remember what that was?
What did she get arrested for?
When she got arrested?
Yeah, I remember that day.
Okay, when was that?
That day, Brenda came in looking for money. Me and my grandma were at the efficiency. And she demanded my grandmother to give her money, and my grandmother didn't have money to give her. So she made my grandmother strip naked, and my grandmother stripped naked. But my grandmother kept her shoes on. That's where the money was hidden. That was the money for the rent. And since she went in the kitchen, she tore apart the cabinets. She tore apart the refrigerator. She opened baking soda and emptied it out all over the counter. And then my mother turned to my grandmother and said, "You don't want to give me the money? Come on, let's go." She grabbed me, and I started like trying to fight back for the first time. And she pulled me to the door, and I don't remember how, but somehow the door ended up closing on my hand. And she took me out. She still took me out. I was screaming. She took me out of the house. My grandma was older at that time already anyway. She couldn't with Brenda. I couldn't neither. I was a child. And she took me to the car, to her Cougar, her beloved car. And she sat me in it. And when she went to get in, I thought there was weed in the car, but I was still like, I didn't know, but it wasn't weed, it was cigarette opened up inside of the car in the console or whatever. I thought it was weed, but it wasn't. When she went around to get in, I looked at her and I said, "I hate you." And I opened the door and I started running. And I ran upstairs to the neighbor's house where there was this big, beautiful dog I always used to go play with. And he wouldn't let Brenda in. He wouldn't let her in over the gate, and the dog wouldn't let her over the gate. So we called the police. The police came, made her leave. And it was calm then when she left. When she came back, she came back.
Now, do you remember if that was an incident that happened before Nikolas was born or after Nikolas was born?
This happened... I can't remember.
It's okay if you don't remember. Did Brenda have people coming to the apartment when you were staying there? Other people besides your grandmother?
When I first got there, that's why I called for my grandma. Because I got there and there was like a bunch of bums, I guess. Not bums, but I don't want to say it like that. But, you know, there was a bunch of junkies. I don't know how else to put it. They were all getting high. They were paying to smoke and hang out, I guess, and shoot up. And Brenda was, you know, was her place. So she was like the rent man, you know. You want to smoke and get high? Well, pay me. And you could sit here and smoke and get high. And I was involved. I would always go to the neighbor's house. And then eventually I started learning about Las Olas. And, you know, I spent a lot of times walking on those tracks back and forth. I spent a lot of time playing by the river right by here. And, you know, anything to get away when was like that, when it was like that.
Do you remember the day Nikolas was born?
Yes, I do.
Did you see him?
I held him. He was full of life. Very, moving around a lot. I was looking at him, holding him. He was looking back at me. It was just real squirmy. And, and I looked at my mom and I said, can we keep him?
What did she say?
At that moment, my grandma, I didn't know that Linda was the lady. I didn't really understand too much. I tried not to. But my grandmother was talking to Linda at that moment. And Brenda screamed at me and at my grandmother and said, get her out of here, get her out of here. Because I asked if we could keep him.
Did she ever tell you why she wasn't going to keep him?
Well, she had an addiction. That's one of the reasons. She always put that first before me or him or Zach or anybody. What was the question again?
I just asked if she told you why she wasn't keeping him.
Yeah. It was, you know, for him to have a better life, for him to take a different path.
How was Brenda as a mother to you?
Brenda was a mother to me. That's what you said?
I asked how she was. How was she as a mother to you?
Yeah. Horrible.
Poor. How did having Brenda as a mother affect your life?
How did it affect my life? In many ways. In many ways. She just introduced me to a life that no child should ever be introduced to. And, you know, she has no regards, you know, for my life or his life, you know. So.
Ms. Woodard, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Curtis, would you mind speaking up?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
How many times?
16.
Have you ever been to prison?
Yes.
Did you go back to that apartment after Nikolas was born?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And how long did you stay there?
I stayed there. It didn't last long. Didn't last long.
Why did you move out?
I started going to school, and I was trying to have a life, I guess, start a life in a way up here, but I don't know.
Were you forced to move out of the apartment?
Yeah, I came back from school one day, and there was an eviction notice on the door, and it said you have a certain amount of time to leave. Then I came back a week later, I think, whenever. The eviction notice stayed on the door for a while, for a minute. I came back one day from school, and all my belongings were on the front yard. I couldn't find my cat. And Brenda was waiting for me, like she always is when I get back from school. And she's like, come on, pick up all this stuff, put it in your grandma's car. At this time, my grandma had already left. The abuse had got really bad. She left me, but, you know. So then I helped Brenda pick up all my stuff from the front yard, the front lawn.
Where did you go?
We went to some crack house, I guess, and I would not get down. And that night, we ended up sleeping in the car. And the next day, we went to a friend's house of hers, and the lady she had a house. It was all right. She was like acting really crazy in the house, and Brenda was sitting, we had put all our stuff inside, some of our things, and Brenda was sitting at the table when we were finished unloading a few things. She sat at the table, and I sat across from her, and she smoked crack. She took out a pipe and she lit it. She was about to light it, and she was like, "You're not gonna turn your head?" And I said, "For what? You're still gonna smoke that shit." And she cocked back her hand and slapped me. I got up. I didn't cry. I went and sat on the porch, and I made up my mind that I was gonna run away. And the next day we went to a women's in distress shelter. She came up with some story about how her boyfriend beat her up, and she didn't have nowhere to go, so we stayed there. And that night, when she went to sleep, I packed my book bag, and the next morning I went to school, and I ran away.
Where did you go?
I went to this house that wasn't far from where we were living, by Las Olas. And these people, their name were Patty and Buster. My friend, one of the girls who lived in the efficiency complex, she introduced me to them. They were cool people. And I stayed there. I went there.
Okay, how long after that was it before you saw Brenda again?
I saw Brenda a few days later. She came knocking. I don't know how she found out where I was. She came knocking on the door of that little green and white house. It's still there. And she was demanding for her daughter, demanding for me. And I was looking at her, but she didn't know that I saw her. And the people that had me, they were like, no, her grandmother says she's gonna stay here for right now until they find out what they were gonna do with me.
Okay. And then after that, when was the next time that you saw your mother?
I saw her when I was 16, and I hated her.
So it was a long time later that you saw her?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where she had been during that time?
I don't know where she was, but I was in a juvenile program. And she was trying to make her way back in, and I was resistant. I was cursing at her, and I was angry.
Did she tell you anything that had happened that was important in that time period that you didn't see her?
She told me that I had another brother, Zachary.
Okay. Did she show you anything?
Picture?
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense Q for identification purposes. Member, you may. Do you recognize that? What is that?
Yeah. That's my baby brothers.
Is that the photo she showed you?
Yeah. Yes.
Judge, I'm asking that what's been marked as defense Q for identification be entered into evidence.
State, do you have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
What's been previously marked for identification as states Q will be, defense Q will be received as defense 6.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Do you know where Zachary is living now?
Yeah.
Where is he living?
He's living in Virginia.
Okay, do you know who he lives with?
Yes.
Who is that?
He lives with Richard and Mike.
Okay, have you had any contact with Richard or Mike?
Yeah.
Do you know when you started having contact with them?
Probably within the last maybe 2-3 months maybe.
Okay. And does Richard help you in any way?
Recently he has.
What does he do?
He helped, he sent me some food.
Okay. While you were in the jail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Danielle, do you love your brother? Nikolas?
I do. I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Woodard.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is this the first time you're actually in the same room with Nikolas Cruz?
This is the second time.
What?
This is the second time.
Oh, the first time was when he was born?
Yeah.
Okay. And when he was born in September of 1998, you were almost 12 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth is what?
October 7th,
What year?
1986.
Okay. So approximately 2 weeks later, you turned 12 after his birth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time of the birth, where were you living?
With Brenda in the efficiency.
And it was somewhere in this neighborhood where the courthouse is?
Right by Short Tail Charlie's.
Short-tailed Charlie's.
Short Tail Charlie's.
Okay. And was anyone else living there?
My grandma.
Okay. And you kept referring to Brenda Woodard as Brenda. Is that what you would call her?
Brenda.
You called her that even when you were young?
Yeah.
Okay. And Dorothy Mayer, is that how she pronounced her name? Dorothy Mayer?
Dorothy, yeah. Yes, sir.
And so I was having a little trouble hearing you. Your voice was a little low. So you said she's your grandmother?
Yes, that's my grandmother. That's our grandmother.
And that's not Brenda's mother, though, was it?
Yes,
Was it her mother or stepmother?
that was her mother.
Her mother? Okay. And where did Dorothy Mayer usually live?
She lived in the Gables, and we had our own place in Hallandale, but Hurricane Andrew blew it away.
Okay. So I think that might have been 30 years ago today, Hurricane Andrew.
Yeah.
Okay. At least that's what the paper said. So you went to school in Miami a lot of your childhood, didn't you?
Yes.
And where were those schools?
I went to, in Dade or Broward?
Dade.
In Dade, I went to Henry M. Flagler Elementary. I went to,
What grades were you there?
I was there from 2nd to 5th.
And were you living with Grandma Dorothy at the time?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And your mother wasn't living there?
No,
Okay.
she was not allowed there. Only to pick me up and leave.
Okay. And so you were in elementary school in Miami, and then you started middle school in Miami, didn't you?
Yes.
What middle school was that?
I went to Kinlock, and I went to other middle schools as well.
Okay. And when you were in middle school, 7th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
6th and 7th, I was there. Yes.
And 8th grade, where were you?
I was, I think I ran away or I got in trouble.
Okay. And when did you go into foster care?
I went into foster care when I was 12, and then my grandmother died, and Jody was still alive, and Jody felt bad because I was in foster care, so she let me come back.
And who was Jody?
Jody was my grandma's best friend. She was like my aunt, but...
Okay, was that an elderly person, Jody?
Yes.
How old was she?
She was older.
Okay, like 70s, 80s? Or?
No, like 60s.
Okay, all right. So the reason you went to foster care is because you were running away from home, right?
No, I went to foster care because my grandmother couldn't take care of me. And Jody, at that moment, she didn't want me at the house. I was a little out of control. I had a lot of anger problems, a lot of problems.
You had a lot of, you were getting in trouble with the police too, weren't you?
So, yeah, I was. And I went to the bridge and I ran away from the bridge.
And the bridge is is that a drug treatment center?
The bridge is a place for children that have nowhere to, teenage children, like a shelter that have nowhere to go.
And you were at the village too?
The village, yes.
That's another treatment shelter for young girls?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you in the foster care system?
I was in the foster care system since I was 12.
Until you were 18?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you were 12, is that when you began using about 12 alcohol and other drugs?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked before if you'd gone to prison. How many times have you gone to prison?
I've been to prison twice.
Okay, and you're in custody now in it's like the Dade County Jail for Women?
Yes.
Okay, and are you pending new charges?
Yes.
Okay. In your childhood, would it be accurate to say that you were exposed to drug abuse by your mother, Brenda Woodard?
Yes, sir.
And did she expose you to stealing?
Yes, sir.
Did she expose you to crack addiction?
Yes, sir.
Or crack addicts, I should say.
Yes, sir.
Did she expose you to prostitution?
Yes.
And you hated her as a child, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And your mom wasn't the type of mom who's going to school like meetings where they discussed problems you were having, did she?
She showed up one time to my school with a hard hat and embarrassed me.
Okay. Was your grandmother coming to the school when you were having problems?
My grandmother, yes.
Okay, but not your mother, right?
No.
Your mom was not a stay-at-home mom waiting for you to come home from school, was she?
Some days she'd wait for me to come home from school.
But mostly she was working the street?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And your mom was stealing?
Yes.
And your mom was prostituting?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry to talk about these things. Your mom wasn't taking you to a psychiatrist, was she?
No.
She wasn't picking up any prescriptions that you might need?
No.
And your mom never helped you get a job, did she?
No.
you weren't living in a 4,500 square foot house on 2 acres with a pool, jacuzzi, and a basketball court, were you?
It was a dream, but no.
That would be a dream for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And you weren't having therapists coming to your house several times a week to try and help you?
I do remember seeing therapists quite often, numerous times.
Would you go to them or at the school?
I went to them.
Okay. You were not going to summer camps, were you?
Yes, I've been to summer camp.
Yeah, which one?
Red Berry's Baseball World.
Okay. And no rich couple paid your mother money to adopt you and give you unconditional love, did they?
Paid my mother, you mean?
To adopt you.
No.
In fact, that would have been a great thing if it happened to you, wouldn't it?
I would have thought that back then.
Well, you would have fought it if you were a kid, but not if you were a baby. You couldn't fight it, could you?
No, I said I would have thought that back then. What the question you just asked me?
Yes.
I said I would have thought that would have been a great thing.
Oh, okay. Even when you were an older child, you would have welcomed that.
My understanding that my Linda wanted to, Brenda told me this, that she wanted to take me, but my grandmother and me and my grandmother's bond was, we were too attached to each other, so it wouldn't have worked out.
Okay. But you wouldn't have mind living in a 4,500 square foot home on 2 acres in Parkland, right?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned on direct that you know a person named Richard Moore now, correct?
Yes.
And that's not someone you knew before, what'd you say, 2 or 3 months ago?
I've known about him, and
You've
I've spoken with him before.
Okay. But you didn't know him from your childhood, correct?
No.
And you're aware, I believe you said, Zachary Cruz, the defendant's brother, and you're also technically a birth brother as well, correct? Is living with him in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And Richard Moore's in the courtroom today, isn't he?
I don't see him.
Weren't you saying hello to him before?
Yeah, I did earlier, but right now I don't see him.
You see him now? Or you don't see him now, but you saw him before? Mm-hmm. Okay. And you didn't know this Richard Moore person before this shooting happened with the defendant, did you?
Right.
You know him through Nikolas Cruz, correct?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did you learn that him and his spouse, Michael Donovan, picked up Zach after he was bonding out from the jail without ever having met him before and took him up to Virginia?
I heard.
Okay. He didn't know Zach Cruz before then either, right?
Richard?
Yes.
I don't think so, no.
Or Michael Donovan, his spouse. Okay. And Richard Moore does send you money, correct?
He has.
Okay. And have you met, did you get a new attorney today?
I don't know yet.
You don't know if you got a new attorney?
I don't know yet.
Okay. Do you know who Mark Lowry is?
Yes,
Who is he?
he's an attorney.
Okay. Do you know he's your attorney now?
Yeah, you just told me.
I told you?
I think so. That's what you just said, right?
Okay. All right. And he's in the courtroom now too, correct?
Yes.
And your old attorney is also here, correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and so Mr. Lowry replaced Mr. Rosenberg today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Lowry represented Zach Cruz in the past?
Yes.
And Mr. Moore arranged for Mr. Lowry to represent you, correct?
No.
No?
No.
Who did?
Zach.
Zach did,
Yes.
who's living with Richard Moore, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Richard Moore and Michael Donovan produce a reality television series?
Objection beyond the scope.
Are you aware that Richard Moore and Michael Donovan produce a reality TV show?
What does that have to do with anything, sir?
Ma'am, I'll decide whether or not it's relevant. If I don't say the objection is sustained or tell you not to answer, then you need to answer the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that one of the episodes of the show was called Being Zachary Cruz?
Overruled, you can answer.
Is that what?
Are you aware that Richard Moore and Michael Donovan have a show where they have an episode called Being Zachary Cruz as a part of a reality show? Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you think that it would be, well, let me strike that. Do you think it would be appropriate to capitalize on the murder of 14 children and 3 staff members of
Objection, Your
MS?
Honor.
I would like to finish the question first.
I'm waiting to rule until you finish.
Do you think it would be appropriate to capitalize on the murders of 14 children and 3 staff members at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School by filming or creating a reality show based on being the brother of a mass murderer?
Okay, ma'am, don't answer the question. I'm sustaining the objection.
Judge, I'm moving to strike that.
Overruled.
Are you aware that Mr. Moore has sent thousands of dollars to Nikolas Cruz to his commissary this year alone?
Can I ask him a question?
If you don't understand the question, you can tell me you don't understand the question. That's fine.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Are you aware that Richard Moore has sent thousands of dollars this year alone to Nikolas Cruz commissary account?
I'm not aware, but how do you know it's only him? Zachary has his own money too.
That's his note.
Ma'am, just the attorney asked the question, you answer the question, okay? If you don't understand, you can say, I don't understand, or can you repeat it? But you can't just fire back your own questions, okay? Thank you.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, you just told me.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Woodard.
All right, sir.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Curtis? Is there anything else?
Yeah.
Before Nicholas was born and you were living in that apartment, did Brenda have to go somewhere just before, for a few weeks before Nicholas was born?
Objection, outside the scope.
Overruled. That means you can answer.
Okay. She had to go to a drug treatment program.
Okay, and you and your grandmother, did you stay in that apartment?
We stayed at the apartment.
Okay, and how did you get to the hospital when Nikolas was born?
My grandma.
Okay. When did you first find out that Nikolas Cruz, who is your brother, was the one who committed the shooting in Parkland?
I found out that was him when Kate came to see me in 2018. I was in prison. That's when I found out that was my baby brother.
Okay, and at that time, did you tell Kate a lot of the things that you testified here to today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay is admissible on a penalty phase.
Sustained.
Did you agree to testify about your mother and about what you saw her doing while she was pregnant before you ever met Richard Moore?
Yes.
And you told Mr. Marcus you have charges pending against you, right?
Yes.
And you're here anyway testifying on behalf of your brother?
Yes.
Okay. You were never an ESE student, a special education student, right?
No.
Were you ever told that you had a language disorder?
Objection. Outside the scope.
Overruled.
They had to cut my tongue when I was little, underneath.
Okay, that was for speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Marcus asked you a bunch of questions about whether you would want to live in a 4,500 square foot home, right?
Yeah, he did.
And he asked you about whether you would want to have parents who took you to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
And he talked to you about whether you would want parents who went and got medication for you, right?
Yes.
Would you have wanted, while you were in your mother's womb, to have her drink Cisco wine every day?
No, ma'am.
Would you have wanted her to smoke crack every day?
No, ma'am.
Would you have wanted her to smoke cigarettes every day?
No.
Would you have wanted her to go to the doctor only 4 times?
No.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a brief recess so we can set up the next witness who's going to be testifying via Zoom. So we just need to set the equipment up. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind. Okay, the jury has been excused. As soon as they clear the hallway, the sheriff's office will bring the witness out. In the meantime, if you all can go ahead and set up for your next witness. Okay.
Can we just have one moment just because
Sure, as long as it doesn't hold you on if you're not ready to be.
As soon as the jury, Your Honor, we'll
just 2 seconds.
Okay. have a witness via Zoom, Susan Lubar. Is that how you say your name, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I have a copy of the witness's driver's license here so that I can identify her and swear her in when the jury comes back and the jury is present. Ma'am, you're able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. McNeil, do you want to do a test to make sure she can hear you?
Ms. Lubar, can you hear me? It's Melissa.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Lubar,
Yes.
watch me as I walk, okay?
Okay.
You see this gentleman right here that has a mask on?
Yes.
Do you recognize him?
I recognize him. It's just from seeing him on TV. I wouldn't know him from when I had him when he was 3.
Okay, but you can see him in the Zoom?
Yes, I can see him.
Okay, Nicholas, can you see Ms. Lubar on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Ms. Lubar, this is Jeff Marcus. I'm waving now. Can you see me?
Yeah. I can't hear you it's kind of low.
Okay, it's probably I'll speak up louder. I'm just going to ask you that if at any time during this presentation you cannot see the defendant, to let us know. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Jurors are entering.
What was that?
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Lubar, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down, and for the record, I have identified the witness by her Florida driver's license. Ma'am, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Susan Hendler Lubar, HENDLER, space LUBAR.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNeil, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Lubar. How are you?
Good.
Okay, thank you for being here. If at any time you can't hear me, please let the court know or raise your hand, and then we'll take care of that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, where are you currently residing?
In Pearland, Texas.
Okay, and how long have you been living there?
3 years.
Okay. Are you still a resident of Broward County, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. So you live with someone in Texas, but you still maintain a home here in Broward?
Correct.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes, I take care of my grandson.
Okay. And before you started taking care of your grandson, were you working anywhere else?
Yes, Broward Children's Center.
Okay. And what is Broward Children's Center?
It's a multifaceted organization that takes care of children with medical needs from basically birth to age 22. They also have group homes. They also have a preschool. They also have ABA therapy. They do all kinds of speech, language, physical and occupational therapy.
And
They do care.
And what was your role there at Broward Children's Center?
I was a administrative assistant to the ESC specialist, and then I was the administrative assistant to the CEO.
And prior to working at Broward Children's Center, were you employed by the Broward County School Board?
I was employed, prior to that, I was employed by Charter Schools USA as a ESE specialist
And Ms.
for 10
Lubar,
years.
I'm sorry, what is an ESE specialist?
It's it's the person that oversees all of the services for special education children and ensures compliance to the county's standards and the federal government standards for special education children.
So you just said two words, and I want to know if they mean the same thing now. You said ESE and special needs. Are they the same thing?
It's, yes, exceptional student education specialist is what my role was.
So if you're designated a special needs child or an ESE student, it means the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. And before the charter school, where did you work?
And then I worked for Broward County School Board.
Okay.
At a couple of different schools there.
How many years?
Before that, I worked in Texas for like 8 years, and also in special ed.
How many years were you employed by the Broward County School Board?
From 2001 to 2007.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact dates. And you said you worked in Texas as well?
Yes.
And that was with the...
From 93 to 2001.
And what were you doing in Texas? Were you teaching there as well?
Yes, I worked early childhood, children with autism, specifically very severe children with autism, and some older kids right before I left.
Ms. Lubar, is it safe to say that your entire educational career you've been dealing with special needs children or ESE students?
Yes.
Either in the classroom or in an administrative position?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Lubar, are you here because you want to be?
I'm here because I was subpoenaed.
Okay. So you're not here to help the defense, are you?
I'm only here to give factual information.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lubar. So what I'd like to talk about is the time that you worked for the Broward County School Board, okay? And also a little bit about your education. Can you tell us about your education and what your primary focus was or your degree was in?
My degree was in age 3 to grade 12, exceptional student education.
Okay. And during your career, did you focus on a particular age group?
I focused mainly on 3 to 5 year olds.
And does that constitute early childhood?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in Broward County from approximately 2001 to 2007, what were you doing here?
I taught the preschool program. I taught in an autism cluster program as well. And that's what I did at Park Trails and Riverglades and Maplewood.
Okay. So when you were doing early childhood at Riverglades, did you have any particular certifications or qualifications in order to have that position?
You have to be ESE certified to teach there.
And what does that mean, Ms. Lubar? What's required in order to be ESE certified?
You have to take coursework in early childhood.
Okay. And then as you continue in your career, do you have to do continuing education courses?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a certification that you maintained the whole time you were in Broward?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to talk to you about your time at Riverglades. You said you worked at a special preschool there.
I worked in the preschool program there in the regular school.
Okay, help me understand what that means. There's a cluster or there's a part of the school that's designated for a particular population aside from the regular mainstream school?
They have classrooms for children that are 3 to 5 year olds with exceptional student education needs.
Okay. And was the program that you were involved with, did it have an acronym or a particular name?
Place.
Do you remember what the acronym means?
Preschool language acquisition or activity centered education.
Okay, close enough. How about you tell us what it was? What was the program? What was the purpose of the program?
The purpose of the program was to implement individualized education plans in order to support learning in any areas of deficit that the child would have had coming into the classroom.
Okay. So how would a student have an individual education plan, and that's also referred to as an IEP, is that right?
Correct.
How does that process start?
There are many different ways it could start. Referrals from different agencies, and then a psychological evaluation would have been done. And then from there would be recommendations for the for educational needs of the child, and you would direct your teaching to support the positive growth of those deficits.
So is that a decision that one person makes, or is there like a committee that makes the decision as to what would be the appropriate placement and what services a particular student would need?
There would be a committee.
Okay. So the students that were at the PLACE program, would they all have gone through that process that you just discussed?
Yes.
And would all of those students have had an individual education plan?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the prerequisites, for lack of a better word, for the ESE designation, that was all done through the Broward County School Board?
I'm not really sure what you mean by prerequisites. I don't know what documents were collected prior to his initial evaluation, so I really can't say.
Okay, that's fine. But now if we're talking specifically about Nikolas, he would have come to you with an individual education plan.
Correct. He would have come into my classroom with a plan would have been developed at his initial meeting.
Okay. Would you have been part of that meeting, or would you just have received the data from the meeting and then implemented whatever services were necessary?
I would have not been part of that initial meeting.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about the PLACE program and what your classroom looked like. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a typical classroom would look like for your students?
So there would be it would be center-driven areas within the classroom to develop fine motor skills. There would be, it would be print-rich.
What does that mean?
There would be lots of words, labels, posters. There would be reading materials, picture books. There would be different centers like any other preschool that you would take your child to that didn't have an IEP, with block centers and dress up, and they would have circle time and music and individual areas for self-learning and self-correcting. It would have maybe soft cushions around and for reading areas.
Just like a regular preschool.
Just like any other preschool, you set it up pretty much the same way.
Okay. Now, in terms of the student to teacher ratio, what would that be on average in the center that you were teaching at, or a place?
Well, I'll speak specifically to the classroom that Nikolas was in.
If you remember, please.
Oh, I do. There were either between 12 to 14 children, 2 teachers. I was co-teaching with another teacher, and we had at least 2 aides, and we might have had a floater in and out. I don't really remember that, but I feel like we might have had somebody that came in and out. Also, the speech language pathologist would come in to the room and work with kids in the center. So it could have been 1 to 7.
Okay. And those aides, were those paraprofessionals?
Yes.
And how would you describe the paraprofessional? What would their role have been?
Their role would be to support the teacher, implement any goals that were that the children needed, take data on that would have been monitored by the teacher, to support children's learning.
Okay. So would that have been a classroom that would have had more teachers and more aides than, say, a mainstream kindergarten center?
Yes.
Okay. How about the structure of the classroom? Would you say that it was more structured than a mainstream preschool?
The structure of the classroom, I would say, would be like a typical preschool classroom. Within that, different children would have had may have had a more highly structured, monitored system within the classroom. It just would depend on what the child's needs were.
So each of the students in the classroom would have had their own individual education plan.
Correct.
So when you say it would depend on the structure, it would depend on what the needs are of the child and their IEP.
Right.
Does that sound accurate?
Right. The physical structure stayed the same, but
Understood.
each child, depending on their needs, may have had more support in one area or another.
Okay. Was this a behavioral placement?
No.
Okay. Were there students that had behavioral needs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall teaching Nikolas Cruz?
Yes.
And do you recall that would have been around 2003, 2004?
Correct.
Did you finish that? I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. No.
Did you finish that school year there at Place?
No.
Just 1 second. Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness an exhibit,
Okay.
and I don't know how you want to do it before it's published, because she's on Zoom.
I have no objection.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Ms. Lubar, I'm going to show you a picture of Nikolas Cruz, who was 4 years old at the time. I'm going to show it to you, and can you let us know if you recognize that photo? If you do, great. If you don't, not a big deal. And for the record, it's previously been marked for identification as 1F.
Yes. So is 1F
Yeah.
different than just F? Okay.
Yes.
No, sorry. Hold on just a minute.
Okay.
So it'll go through the alphabet, then 1, and the alphabet, then 2.
Same way the state did it for their presentation.
Okay. And state you don't have an objection, is that what you indicated? Defense 1, F as in Frank, will be received as defense 7.
Is that published for you guys? Can you see it? Okay. Ms. Lubar, can you see the photograph that's on the screen, the Zoom screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize who this child is?
Yes.
Okay, who is this child?
Nikolas Cruz.
Okay. And this is how you remember him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what, could we take that down, please? It's not on here. Oh, Melissa, thank you. Do you remember what Nicholas's ESE eligibilities were back in 2003?
Developmental delay and language impairment.
Do you recall what it meant when a student had an eligibility of developmentally delayed? What that meant?
That means they would have had to have at least 2 areas of development that were not on age-appropriate level.
I'm going to test your memory, but do you remember what those areas of development were back in 2003, 2004?
Social, emotional, and language.
And how many different areas are there? Do you remember?
4. I believe 4.
Okay.
They are academic, social, emotional, independent functioning, and language.
Okay. And in order to be developmentally delayed, you have to have at least 2 of those designation or impairments in 2 of those domains?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a designation that could follow a student for the rest of their educational career?
No, developmentally delayed drops off when a child turns 6. Either they are reevaluated at some point, or the data proves that they have gained the ground they needed to be age appropriate, and then it just falls away and you don't need to have another evaluation. The language impairment is something that's reevaluated every 3 years or sooner if you feel the need for some reason to either, add more goals or to dismiss. And then that just stays with them until they gain the ground they need to be age appropriate.
Is one of the goals of the program, the PLACE program, is one of the purposes to give a child early intervention that may be having some deficits in some areas? Is that one of the goals? Okay. And going to the time that you had Nikolas in September of 2003, that's when the school year started, right? Or maybe the end of August?
It started in August. He was 3, and then he turned 4, like in the very beginning of September.
Okay. And can you describe what Nikolas was like at the beginning of the school year that you remember?
Nikolas had a lot of aggressive behaviors, and he had limited expressive language. He also had some fine motor problems. And
that covers it?
I'm sorry?
That covers it?
Yep.
Okay. So did you mentioned aggression, so that would fall under behaviors. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Not a behavioral center. PLACE is not a behavioral center, right?
Correct.
Did you find yourself spending a lot of time with Nikolas?
I did a lot of interventions to support him in restraining his aggressive behaviors, along with everything else that was on his IEP.
Okay. So let's talk about some of those interventions. Very early on, you noticed that something was different about Nikolas. And I don't want to put words into your mouth, so if that's not an accurate description, I want you to say, Melissa, that's not an accurate description.
That's an accurate description.
Okay. So based on the behaviors that you were seeing, first of all, describe what those initial behaviors were, please.
Nikolas would push children, would scratch at them, would topple over furniture. He would stay away from other children, and if they got too close to him, he would basically pounce. That's what a lot of his aggression looked like.
And you said he also had an expressive language issue. What does that mean? Is that unable to express his feelings, or help me understand what that means?
Initially, he didn't communicate at all verbally. And over time, he did. Probably half a year in, he was able to do a lot more expressive communication, but not initially.
So this is a student that would have been 3 and then very shortly thereafter turned 4, right?
Correct, like within 2 weeks of school or so.
So does a 4-year-old have a pretty robust vocabulary?
A typical 4-year-old would have a lot of language.
Okay.
Sentences, hundreds of words.
And Nikolas didn't have any of that at the first part of the school year. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And you've been teaching for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that a behavior can be a form of communication?
Yes.
Okay. And children that are not able to communicate, how do they sometimes respond?
Depends on the child.
Well, how did Nikolas respond?
Okay. Nikolas would push children if they got too close to him. He would pace the classroom, avoiding interactions with children. He would push over furniture. I just said those things. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So did it also appear to you that Nikolas had limited social skills as well?
He did.
Okay. So when you started noticing this behavior, at that point, do you make a decision that maybe this isn't the most appropriate placement for Nikolas and you start documenting some of these behaviors?
Initially, I would have taken data on what I was seeing, describing what it looked like, very observable behaviors, and I would have then tried interventions that I thought, with my experience, would have promoted a more positive interaction. And if, in the case of Nikolas, when it wasn't proving effective, I would have at that point reached out to the program specialist, and she would have been in contact with a behavior specialist, which is what did happen. And they would have done observations and given me other strategies to use.
So you just said you start, I'm sorry, ma'am, you cut off?
No, to help support him.
Okay. So the first thing you do is collect data. Is this like a systematic process that you have that the school board has implemented?
There's yes.
Okay. So that's what you... Mm-hmm. And you're collecting data. Did you identify any particular behaviors that you were concerned about, that you were trying to find an antecedent behavior or something?
Correct.
Okay, what were those 2 behaviors?
Well, Nicholas, I took data on two behaviors, which was aggression and which I've already described what that looked like, and animal fantasy behavior, which was something that I had not experienced. Those behaviors looked like curling his hands into paws, hissing, scratching out, scaling furniture. And so that was pretty unusual to see that. I did try a lot of things I already knew what to, because a lot of interventions are certain behaviors would require certain interventions and a lot of reinforcement and creating an avenue for Nikolas to be able to engage in those behaviors since they were preferred, where it wouldn't affect other children. And when these animal fantasy behaviors were not reducing and the aggression was continuing, that's when I would reach out. That's when I did reach out.
So before you reach out, you collect a lot of data, correct? And you did a frequency chart?
I did.
What is that?
Many things. I took anecdotal data, like scripting what was going on. I took ABC data, which would be antecedent behavior consequence data, which you look at the behavior, you try to find an antecedent to that behavior, and then what happens next is what they call the consequence. It's not like what most people would probably generally think a consequence is, but it's just the very next behavior that happens after. I took the frequency data. I also engaged the paraprofessionals, the other, to also take data on these different behaviors.
So you collect all this information, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal is to find out if there's something that sets him off, and then you try and work on whatever the behavior is, or whatever the issue is before the behavior? Is that one of the goals?
So the goal of taking the data collection is to see if you can find an antecedent, what's happening beforehand, so that you can put an intervention in place so that the behavior does not occur. And then from there, you would work on appropriate behaviors, replacement behaviors, to eliminate those negative behaviors.
And in Nicholas's case, you were focusing on aggression and the animal fantasies, correct?
Yeah.
And were you ever able to determine, you along with the paraprofessionals and the other support staff, what was the antecedent behavior that led to the aggression and led to the animal fantasy?
So they're two different behaviors. As for the aggression, and it was analyzed by a behavior analyst, program specialist, with some input from me, of course. Proximity to other children would cause the aggressive behaviors. If no one was near Nikolas, he wouldn't hurt them, push them, topple over anything to get to, anything like that. As far as what the antecedent was to this animal, tiger, pawing, hissing, climbing, hiding type behaviors, none of us could determine at that time what was causing that.
Do you think that his inability to communicate would have contributed to either the aggression or the animal-like behavior?
Objection, asking for speculation.
In your opinion, based on your training and experience as a special education teacher?
If she can answer based upon her experience.
If you can answer, ma'am. The judge just said if you can answer.
I think that language attributes, lack of expressive language does contribute to negative behaviors.
Okay. And then you said that you reached out to some other individuals that helped you to develop some interventions. Is that correct?
Right, the program specialist at that time.
Okay. Can you tell us?
And probably the ESE specialist also that was there.
Because obviously your goal is to get Nikolas the services that he needs to be successful in school, right?
Correct.
And at this point, with his behavior and the animal-like behavior, his aggression, that wasn't happening, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Let me simplify it. I apologize. Bad question. Do you think that Nikolas's aggression and animal fantasy behavior interfered with his education?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you tell us what some of the interventions were? And at this time, Judge, I'm going to be moving into evidence a portion of the educational records.
Okay.
Do you have those, Mr. Marcus?
Yes.
Okay. Those were also provided to Mrs. Lubar. It's a composite. It also has the certification of authenticity from the school board. Okay. It's previously been marked as, for identification purposes, as 1G.
Defense 1G for identification. State, do you have an objection?
Can you just announce for the record the date stamp?
Yes. So it's SBBC 75 through 1 SBBC 144 and SBBC 170 through SBBC 178. Is that what you have, Mr. Marcus?
Yeah, I don't mind if you explain to the jury what the...
Okay. So SBBC stands for School Board, Broward County. And they date stamped all of the records that both the state and the defense received in discovery from the school board. So you'll hear us referencing those numbers, and that means we're referring to a specific document. And we pulled out sections of his records. You will have access to all of them.
1G for identification will be received without objection as defense 8.
Ms. Lubar, do you have those records in front of you?
So I have data sheets that end in 75 and go through. I know you sent me a lot of things.
What was FedEx to you should be exactly what
I don't have it, not everything came, none of my data collection came in the FedEx. I did get another teacher's who had Nikolas. I got all of his home notes, which are not mine. And then I did get the, I got the, I think this is the prosecutor's, my, Joyce Mark, stenographer, I guess my statement to him.
Oh, the deposition.
The deposition. I got the psychological report that came after I already left.
Okay, so what I'll do is...
But I do have an email with my data collection, if that's something you're looking at.
So when you talk about data collection, is that the ABC documents and the frequency?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ABC, the frequency, and maybe some observations are.
Okay. So you just explained all of that to the jury, and that's been moved into evidence, so they'll be able to look at that. But what I'd like to show you is SBBC 93, and I'm also gonna, I don't know if she can see that or if we need to do it from Zoom. They'll put the document up for you, Ms. Lubar, so that you don't have to dig through all the stuff I sent you. Okay. Ms. Lubar, can you see this document?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is an email sent by Lori Sugar, who was the behavior intervention specialist and a program specialist for preschool. And she was sending me, it's an email from her.
Okay. And what was the purpose, or what was Ms. Lori Sugar Alper's role in this particular case and in this
He
email?
was giving behavior suggestions for interventions.
Now, the suggestions that she made, were you already implementing these?
I was.
Okay. Let's talk about one of the recommendations she makes is creating a special area or a safe space. Do you remember that?
It was a, do you want me to explain what that was, or do I don't know what you're exactly.
Well, first of all, do you remember that intervention?
Yes.
Can you now tell us what that intervention is, please?
So I created a space in the classroom that Nikolas could go into to be able to act out his fantasy behaviors of being a tiger or a lion or some sort of wild cat, where he could just do that and look at animal books and have stuffed animals within there. It was a tablecloth or a blanket, I don't really remember what exactly, over a small round table. And then it would be used if he would do something, some sort of work, would be used as a reinforcer. So he would be able to go in there. And then he needed a very high reinforcer to come out of that and to do some work, and then he could keep going back and forth, and that's basically how I was able to work with him at all in the classroom at that time.
Was that the area that he preferred to be in?
Yes.
Would he let other students come into that area?
No, and all the children knew that that was his space, and they didn't even try to go in there.
Okay. And had you ever done this for any other students?
No.
So the behaviors that you observed and the interventions that you did, you hadn't done these for any other children?
I had not.
Okay. And then do you also...
Not this specific intervention.
Okay. And did you also have conferences with Nikolas's parents, Linda and Roger Cruz?
So I don't remember that. However, I do have a document that shows I did have a parent conference with them.
Does that document refresh your recollection as to those conferences?
No.
Okay. If you were to look at those conferences, would you remember the content and what would have been discussed?
Only whatever would have been written down on there. I don't remember them at all. So.
Okay, so SBBC 131, please. They're going to pull up one of those conferences, Ms. Lubar, and if it refreshes your memory, fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Give us a second. And while that's being pulled up, do you remember Linda and Roger Cruz?
No.
Okay. And ultimately, collecting all of this information, this data, the teacher conferences, and the intervention, what was your goal?
The goal was to support Nikolas in being able to express himself in a positive way.
At the time, I'm sorry, ma'am.
No.
Okay. At the time that Nikolas was at Place Center inside of Riverglades Elementary, did you believe that that was an appropriate placement to fulfill his needs?
No.
Okay. What type of a place, based on your experience and training as an ESE specialist and a teacher, what type of an environment did you believe would be best suited for him?
I thought he should be in a EBD cluster program, which is for emotional behavior disorder children.
And did Broward County have those for preschool students?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to pull up one of those conference forms, Ms. Lubar. If you remember it, take a look at it. Let me know if you do.
I mean, it's there, so.
Okay.
This document is actually from the referral packet.
Okay. Is this your handwriting, ma'am?
That's my handwriting.
Okay, so it looks like there are two different conferences, right? Conference 2 is dated...
There's actually 3 conferences because I have another one.
Okay, and there is one, but there's 2 on this form, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So let's look at the one that's dated November 17, 2003. Looks like both mom and dad would have been present?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of that conference, tell me if I'm wrong, was for you to explain the behavior you're observing and what the school is doing to try and reinforce positive behavior.
The purpose of this conference looks like that I'm discussing having a reevaluation by a school psychologist to see what other data we could find.
Okay. You also indicate in that November 17, 2003 conference that Nikolas worries a lot. Do you have any recollection of that, him worrying a lot?
No.
Okay. And then the December 3rd conference note, you're discussing his aggression and his animal fantasy behavior, correct?
Yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but whatever in positive reinforcement that you are trying to implement at school, it's also helpful if the same positive reinforcement is implemented at home, correct?
Right. So I discussed, as it says here, that how to use a token system in the home, because the parents noted that there was aggression in the home as well, and also the animal behaviors, and that they were going to attend classes for behavior.
Do you know if the parents ever attended parenting classes?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you about the psychological evaluation that was done, and I know that it was done after you left Riverglades, but your input, you have information that was put into that document. Do you remember that, ma'am?
I'm looking, I have a copy of that. And I filled out I filled something out for that as well.
And that information was, you said something about a referral packet. What is a referral packet?
So when you are requesting a new psychological evaluation, there's a packet of information that has to be filled out by the teacher and the parents. And it's called a comprehensive problem solving rating form. That's one of the ones you have to fill out. Those parent conferences, you have to add that in there. You have to put all your data together that you've collected. And that's what the referral packet is.
And did you in fact do all of that, Ms. Lubar?
Yes.
And would you have had access to the document that would have been done by Ms. Linda Cruz, that same social and developmental history in the parent information form, or would that have just been provided?
That form, the filled out form would have been turned into me or the ESE specialist. Either I gave it to her or the parent would have directly given that form to the ESE specialist, and then it would have just gone together with all of the other documents so that the psychologist would have everything at her hands prior to doing the evaluation.
Do you remember if you reviewed the social and developmental history that Linda Cruz filled out?
I don't remember.
Okay. So let's talk about the information that you provided.
Okay.
You had to answer some questions about Nikolas's social skills. Is that correct?
If it says so, then I did that.
Okay. And just very briefly, when you're talking about social skills, explain to us what that means.
How a student interacts with adults and peers.
And do you remember what you said about Nikolas's social skills abilities?
I don't remember what I said in the document unless I read it.
You can look at it, ma'am. Did you just want to tell us what you're looking at so the record can accurately reflect?
It would be 170.
Okay. And that's information that would have been inputted into the psychological evaluation, correct? From the data you collected.
Correct. And what do you want me to read it?
Well, you want to read it and then just summarize it. Basically, how were Nikolas's social skills as you observed them?
Rarely makes friends easily or cooperatively works with his peers. When redirected or reprimanded, he almost always overreacts. Thus, he needs excessive praise, reassurances, and encouragement. These are taken from a checklist.
Yep.
Okay.
And you want to tell us what page you have that at?
The checklists are on page 127. Let's see, 127, 128, 129. Those are the 3 pages of checklists.
Okay. So that's from the comprehensive problem solving and evaluation student rating form that you just referenced, correct? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, and then the psychologist puts it in a narrative.
Okay. So do you have the comprehensive problem solving document in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's quickly just go through some of those areas. You don't have anything checked under academic skills on 126, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if any of those things would have applied, you would have checked them. Is that correct in terms of areas of concern? It's also on the screen, Ms. Lubar, if you want to look at it there.
I don't know. I can't answer as to why nothing's checked there.
Okay. But if you were, he's just turning 4, so would have these been applicable at that age?
Ready for. He turned 4 in September, and this was filled out in November.
Okay. So are we spelling? Are we doing mathematical calculations when we're 4?
We could be doing some math. We do work on math concepts.
Okay.
We do work on sight vocabulary. But none of the rest of that.
Okay, and then under attendance, it looks like that was also not an area of concern for you, is that correct?
That's an area that I wouldn't have filled out.
Okay. And then if we go to 127.
Okay.
It's adaptive behaviors. Based on your training and experience as an educator and as an ESE specialist, could you tell us in general what adaptive behaviors covers?
It's going to cover all of these areas that you're looking at, how he interacts with others, what type of attending he does, everything that you're looking at, that's considered an adaptive behavior, how you interact in your environment.
Okay, so here for the social skills and interpersonal relationships 1 through 7, you made a check either rarely or sometimes, correct? That's what you believed was applicable for Nikolas at that time?
Mm-hmm.
And then as we go down a little bit, more adaptive behaviors, which is productivity, efficiency, and organization. Is that also classified as executive functioning skills?
I can't answer that.
That's fair. So here you make indications as to whether or not he rarely engages, sometimes or often, under those 13 things, correct?
Correct.
And then the emotional adjustment on the next page, and this is under behaviors of concern. So is this an area, obviously based on the things that you've told us here, that would be most applicable for Nikolas at the time in 2003, 2004? Is that correct?
All of the information on here is applicable. Whatever I checked is how he behaved.
Okay.
Lost you. Hold on. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
I don't know what happened.
That's okay.
Okay.
When a child needs excessive praise, reassurance, or encouragement, does that mean anything in particular for you?
In the classroom setting, that would mean that in order for him to comply with classroom rules, do his work, he would need excessive praise, reassurance, and encouragement to do anything in the classroom.
Okay.
Excessive.
Okay. And you're saying here he avoids verbal communication sometimes and he's withdrawn sometimes?
It says he rarely avoids verbal communication was rare. Are we under emotional adjustment?
Yes.
Avoids other children sometimes.
So how was he with following directions? Do you remember, based on the data that you collected and you have in front of you and the psychological evaluation that has some indications of that?
Well, the psychological evaluation was done after I left, so I don't have any knowledge of that, how he was at that time, except for whatever I put in there as information that came from me.
Okay. And that's all I want you to focus on, Ms. Lubar, whatever the information that came from you, not from anybody else.
So, can you repeat the question?
So, was it difficult for Nikolas to follow instructions?
He could only follow instructions with excessive encouragement and reinforcement.
Okay. And was there any particular way that you would have to give Nikolas instructions? Would things have to be broken down in chunks? Would you have to repeat things a lot?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also have experience in autism, is that correct? In
Yes.
Florida and in Texas.
Yeah.
Is that right? So obviously that must, well, not obviously, is that on your radar when you have some of these students? Are you looking for any of that behavior that may be an indication that an autism evaluation would be necessary?
I can't say that I would be looking for that behavior.
Okay. If you saw behavior that was consistent with what you know autism to be, would you do a referral?
Yes.
Okay. Were you concerned about that with Nikolas at all?
No.
But did you believe that there was something else going on with Nikolas and that we just didn't know what it was?
So sorry. Every time my phone rings, it interrupts the Zoom. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry.
We're almost
Now
done.
I forgot the question.
That's okay. Was there any indication to you that there needed to be an autism referral for Nikolas?
And yes, I thought something else was going on with Nikolas.
Okay. And you talk a little bit in your records about he liked to hide a lot and had some escape behaviors.
Yeah, so escape behavior is not what people typically think, like trying to run away and escape out. What it is that you avoid doing, you do a different behavior to avoid doing what you're being required to do in the classroom. So he would do other things other than engage in what was being required of him.
So is that what you would call a preferred or a non-preferred activity?
No.
Okay. Help me understand what you meant then.
So escape behavior is not a preferred or a non-preferred activity. It's a behavior that you do to get out of doing something that you don't want to do.
Okay, is what you don't want to do a non-preferred activity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So if Nikolas didn't want to do what you were instructing him to do, then he would exhibit this behavior. Or I'm sorry, this escape behavior.
Sometimes.
Okay, would he participate sometimes as well?
It would just depend on how much reinforcement he would be given at the time of an activity. So for Nikolas, you would have to break up an activity into very, very small increments and give him a lot of reinforcers and then a lot of downtime in between, and then he would work.
So is it unusual for children that age to, let's say you're playing Play-Doh and that's a preferred activity, right? They want to do that, and then you want to teach a math concept. Not a preferred activity for some kids, would have been for me. Pulling them away, that's not unusual for children in general if they don't want to do what you want them to do, correct?
So most children would transition easily from one activity to the next because everything is exciting when you're 3 and 4 years old and you just want to do everything. And you would build into the classroom transition activities to move from one activity to the next. So children are aware that there's going to be a change. And that makes transitions more smooth. And so that's how you would do that. Would be typical for most children to be able to easily transition from one activity to the next.
So Nikolas didn't do very well with transitioning from one activity to the next?
No.
Okay. Based on your many years of experience in special education, back in the time that you had Nikolas as a student, what did you believe would be the best environment for him?
After taking all the data would prove to me that he needed to be in a highly structured behavioral center with a very low teacher-student ratio, like 1-to-2, something that's not provided in the place classroom.
Ms. Fubar, do you believe that you did everything that you could do to help Nikolas be successful?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left the PLACE program, you had set in motion and provided all the documentation that you could have provided the school board in order to facilitate perhaps a change of placement. Is that correct?
I did not fill out a change of placement packet. That's a whole different process. I did put together the data to look for a new eligibility, possibly a new eligibility in the area of behavior. And after that, I can't say what happened, but unless I look at, documents that are not really my information.
No, but that's okay. I'm just asking what, by the time you left, you had provided all the information that you could possibly do so that the school board could make the decision where the appropriate educational environment would be for Nikolas, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, that wouldn't have been placed?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Lubar.
State.
I don't know where I'm looking. Okay, there you are. You're not in the witness box where I was expecting you. Hi, Ms. Lubar. You may remember me, Jeff Marcus. How are you?
Yes, hello.
Ms. Lubar, you were just asked, I think the last question, about what your opinion was regarding placement for Nikolas Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you about the process of how decisions are made in the ESE environment at schools, okay?
Okay.
So there's a team that makes the decisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the team would have to gather data, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there would be what's called an IEP meeting, individual educational plan meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and there's certain people that the law requires to be at these individual education plan meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and have you been to those IEP meetings?
Yes.
And were you one of the required people in the past when you were in Florida that you would help make the decisions regarding placements?
Yeah.
Okay, were you involved at all in Nikolas Cruz?
Not in his initial placement, no. He already came with an IEP to my classroom.
Okay, and you were already gone, so you didn't get involved with the next year's IEP, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there are sometimes disagreements regarding placement among the IEP members, correct?
From time to time, yes.
Okay, and they try to work out what's in the best interest of that child, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that applies all the way from 3 years old all the way up until they leave the school, leave the public school, correct?
22.
And up to 22 if they're still in the school, correct?
Right.
Okay. You were asked about autism, and you have an extensive background in autism with autistic children, correct?
Right, children with autism.
Can you tell us again what your experience is with autistic children?
I worked with children with autism from 1993 all the way through probably when I left Charter Schools USA. I had a couple of kids with autism in that school, so I think that was 2016 maybe. So I have a lot of training in it, and I had classrooms that were specifically created for children with severe autism, all the way up to children that had Asperger's syndrome. And that's my experience.
And you told us that you didn't think, in your experience, that Nikolas Cruz was autistic. Can you tell us why you believe that?
I'm really not sure what the relevance of that is exactly. I mean, I didn't have any, when he came to me, that wasn't his eligibility, and I'm not really sure what the relevance of that is.
Ma'am, do me a favor, please. If you can answer the question, you can go ahead and answer. If you can't answer it, you can just tell the attorney you can't answer it.
Okay, I can't answer that.
Okay. Do you remember in your previous statement to us giving us some of the reasons why you didn't think it was autism, why he was not autistic?
I mean, I could look back in the deposition. I don't know what page.
If you look at page 36, line 3.
Okay. And so you want me to read that?
Well, let me just ask you, did you think that his fantasy behaviors, the elaborateness of it, would not fit for you in your experience under autism?
Yes.
Okay. So that was one of the reasons that you thought that he was not autistic?
I thought that his fantasy behaviors did not fit into any, it's all individual. Every child acts differently, even in the field of autism. But I didn't see that behavior. I didn't see that as a behavior that would have made me feel that he had autism.
Okay. Would you please put up page SBBC 80? Thank you. I'm going to show you a document. Give us just a second. Ms. Sly, would you mind showing them the jury the SBBC number on the bottom, just so that they know what we're talking about, because I don't know that we showed it to you. So you can see on the bottom, it says SBBC 80 or 0008. Okay, and if you could scroll up so we can see the document. Thank you. So, Ms. Lubar, this is one of the frequency recording data sheets for September 24th, 03, which was actually his birthday, correct?
I don't know when his birthday is, but if you say so, then it's his birthday.
Could you show the entire document? Well, I guess
I have it.
Okay. Well, I want the jury to see it. Thank you very much, Ms. Sly. Now, could you explain this to the jury, what you're documenting on this particular page?
Okay, so this observation was done by one of the paraprofessionals in the classroom. There would have been an accompanying document that would have labeled what the aggressive behaviors were that we were looking at. And then the time frame, this is the daily schedule under activity, and under each activity, how many times aggression was noted, and then you would put a tally mark down there.
Okay. Now, actually, I'd like to look at the areas where there are notations, such as the work area, that there is no notations of aggression during the work time, lunchtime. It looks like large group, snack, rest time, and end of day.
So this was just if it was noted. So the paraprofessional would not have been working solely or looking solely at Nikolas all day long to take data, because she would be doing other things. So I don't know if she was asked to just specifically look at certain times of the day. I don't know that.
Okay. So we can't say that he was very good at work time as opposed to circle time. It just may not have been being notated at that time.
Correct. Or, I mean, if I looked at other data sheets, I'd feel like, we might have said it's a large group. I really don't know. You're right. I don't know.
Okay.
This is just what happened then.
I'd like to show you one more page. Miss Slide, please, number 77. Okay, so on page 77, just from a general standpoint, there's less marks on such areas like at the circle time on 9/24, I think there was 10 marks, and here there's 2 marks, correct?
Correct.
Now, does this mean there's less aggressive incidents during circle time? Can you make that judgment or not?
No.
Okay. Were there times that Nikolas was in these activities in the proximity of children and not being aggressive?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't at all times he was aggressive, was it?
No.
And was he able to play or interact with children without being aggressive?
I don't recall.
Okay. And I know this is a very long time ago. It's almost 19 years ago, so I don't think anyone could fault you for that. And this also was when he was 4 or 5 years old, correct?
He was 4.
Okay. Well, I don't want to argue with you, but I think he was born in 98. So would that make him 5 if he was born in 98?
That would make him 5.
Okay. All right, Ms. Luba, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. We're going to go ahead and end the Zoom session now, okay?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
We're done.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break at this time for the evening. We're going to start back. I ask that you please be here tomorrow morning at 9 so that we can get started around 9:15, 9:30. I know it takes a while to get everyone up here, and we are starting a bit later so that you all don't have to be here at 8:30. So please be here at 9 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case. Please remember that you may not permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence, tell the person to stop and report the incident immediately. Do not conduct any investigation or read newspaper articles, watch television, or use a computer to get information about the case and the people and places involved. Remember, you may not have any discussions of any sort with any friends or family members about the case while we are in recess. Please leave your notepads behind. Have a safe drive, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. I know that there is the issue of the state's motion to redepose a witness that you all indicated needed to be heard tonight. So if anyone needs a short break before I hear argument on the state's motion, go ahead and do so. And as soon as you're back, I will hear argument on those issues. actually fine, Your Honor. I see A, B, C, D. Isn't that 4? And then in paragraph 3, I mentioned Dr. Richard Adler. Okay, go ahead, state.
Well, as the court is aware, the defense has decided not to use the neuroimaging tools, specifically the QEEG, the DTI, the MIMNEURO, and the NeuroQuant. That will substantially change the opinions of Dr. Adler, as he has relied on all 4 of those things in his previous opinion. With respect to Dr. Paul Connor, his deposition was taken on March 4th, 2022. Since then, this was again Friday night, the state received an email in which Dr. Connor has now reviewed several more documents, including the PET report, which is also no longer being used in conjunction with the MIMNEURO, additional doctor reports, Dr. Combs' deposition, Dr. Dujani's deposition, and other additional material provided by Dr. Gilmet. I think the state is allowed to redepose Dr. Connor on those limited areas as to how his opinion will change, if it will change. Also, the FSD comparison defendant chart, also conceded by the defense, that will not be used in Dr. Paul Connor's PowerPoint. How the removal of that chart will also change his opinion. Basically the same arguments for Dr. Susan Scully, whose depositions were taken on February 23rd, 2022, March 9th, 2022. Dr. Kenneth Jones was taken on March 29th, 2022, and Dr. Heather Combs, which was taken on March 2nd and March 16th of this year. So we're asking to set those depositions the week of September 5th, when we're not going to be in session, to explore how those opinions have changed, and then after that, we expect that those witnesses could be called by the defense the following week when we resume.
Who's going to be arguing for the defense?
I am.
Okay.
So, Judge, this is exactly why we filed that motion to continue when we were given information that Dr. Natalie Novick-Brown would be unable to continue working on this case. That's when we had asked for that was D-304, where we asked for a 45-day continuance between the state's case and the beginning of our presentation. Because of Dr. Natalie Novick-Brown being unable to continue working on the case and being able to testify at trial, we had explained to the court in the motion that basically it was possible that our other experts would have to expand their roles and take on some of what Dr. Natalie Novick-Brown was doing, and that we would also probably have to hire, or would be hiring, a new expert to complete our mitigation presentation. The state objected to that. Your Honor did deny that request.
No, I didn't. I just didn't give you 45 days. I gave you days, but not 45 days.
Right, and some of those days could have been used to redepose these witnesses. They knew that it was possible. We gave them a heads up, phone call, we put it in the motion, that they would have to be more than likely redeposed based on this reconfiguration of our presentation. And they chose not to use that time to do that.
Okay, but the remedy, when I say I'm not giving you an additional 45 days, you can't then file something the day before, the business day before you're supposed to be putting on the testimony, so that then the other side can't be ready, so then effectively you're asking for the continuance and then doing something that requires me to give it when I've already said no.
So up until the time that we gave that information over to the state, we were still speaking with the experts, reconfiguring who was going to take on what role. We provided that information to the state as soon as it was available and ready for them to have. So, and I mean, further, you know, as it pertains to some of the specific experts in their motion, Dr. Jones was given limited additional information. One was the PET scan, where in his deposition that's already been taken, he stated he would not be relying on any neuroimaging at all.
So Dr. Jones, what is the new information? I'm going to do this one at a time. What's the new information that you believe was just handed over about Dr. Jones that you need to ask him about?
It was just Ms. Basham was correct, it was just regarding the PET scan
Which
Again-
I thought she just said he's not testifying to that.
Well, I don't know if his deposition, he meant he wasn't testifying to the MIM neuro or the PET scan
Okay,
or
well, can
both.
we ask the other side that before we bring it to my attention? Are you gonna ask him about that?
Who has Dr.
No,
Jones?
ma'am.
No.
Okay, so your motion to redepose Dr. Jones is denied.
Okay.
What else?
As it pertains to Dr. Holmes and Dr. Scully, as Ms. Chiapponi's already said, they have been deposed twice before. Again, any additional information that was provided is because of Dr. Novick Brown's inability to continue working.
What's the additional information that was provided on those two doctors?
So for Dr. Holmes, it was a firearm log, social media logs, a voicemail from Mr. Cruz to I'll just say AG, some depositions, search history of Linda Cruz, Dr. Denny, Dr. Scott's evaluations, which are state retained experts, Brenda Woodard's arrest reports, statements given by Mary Hamill Thiel, Paul Gold, and like a bunch of depositions, Judge, of lay witnesses.
That
and
were
other
not given to this witness previously.
Correct, because her role, again, has expanded because of Dr. Natalie Novick Brown not being able to testify or work on this case because of her medical condition.
Well, Judge, and according to the defense, this information was provided to, the last piece of information was provided to Dr. Scully on August 7th. So why are we getting a notice about what was given to her on the 14th, or excuse me, on the 19th of September, or August? I mean, this was known to them, that they gave her this information, and yet we weren't told about it. And we had 2 weeks so we could have gotten this done.
Which of the doctors are not going to testify to anything new? If any, besides Dr. Kenneth Jones?
One moment, Judge. Okay. So, Judge, the remaining out of those 4 experts are going to be testifying to information that they had not testified previously to, however, was testified by Dr. Natalie Novick Brown in her deposition.
But the areas were not asked about in deposition by the state because they didn't know that these experts were going to be called for specific purposes. Is that correct?
I'm assuming that is their argument, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge, the last depositions, these were all in March and February of this year. We have not been given any new information that any of these witnesses were provided additional information, and especially now that none of the neuroimaging evidence is going to be used, it's even more critical.
How many approximately additional questions do you feel that you need to ask these 4 experts?
I would try to say we could do each one within an hour and a half. If we're given if we are told in advance that, even though we gave them this document, they're not going to be using it, and it's very streamlined, then that amount of time could certainly be decreased. But at this point, I don't know that, so everything that's been provided will be asked of them.
And when were you planning on calling these witnesses? I'm assuming this week, you're going to say.
Judge, I'm going to tell you that some of these witnesses will be more than likely testifying prior to the week of September 5th.
Well, they're not going to be if they can't be redeposed on new information that was just provided. So who exactly were you planning to call before the first week of September?
It would just be Connor and Jones, but she's already denied a motion for Jones, so Connor is going to have to do it. Can we do it tomorrow evening?
Okay.
Because he's on his way here.
But it wouldn't just be. I'm sorry, Judge. Give me a moment so I can look at the.
Yeah.
It's not. It looks like it would be Dr. Connor, and, I mean, Judge, you've said that Dr. Jones, you're going to deny their motions. He would be one of those people. And Dr. Scully, and both Connor and Scully should be quick for them to depose. And we would request a deposition of Dr. Connor tomorrow evening after court then.
Your Honor, that's, I'm going to be handling that, and that's just not enough time. First of all, he just gave us Friday afternoon, around almost 5 o'clock, a new PowerPoint, and all the other things that he has reviewed. I can't understand the defense. They're always saying, hey, the state's giving this stuff late, and we can't be prepared. I mean, Friday afternoon, a new PowerPoint and all this new stuff. I mean, it's just unreasonable. And she says he can do it tomorrow after work. I mean, it's like we're just doing nothing all day. Sure, we'll go take a deposition.
Dr. Connor, many of the slides in Dr. Connor's PowerPoint presentation are direct slides from that Dr. Natalie Novak-Brown, which the state is in possession of and has been in possession of.
But they don't know what that expert's going to say about those slides.
No, I understand that, but I'm not understanding why there needs to be a long amount of prep time is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not going to comment about that. But in any event, so we have a half day on Thursday and a full day on Friday. State, can you be ready to take the depositions on one of those days?
This week?
Yes.
Judge, Friday we have a state retained expert for an all-day deposition starting at 11 a.m.
They don't have to take his deposition. They've already known about him for 4 years. I mean, it's the same thing they're saying. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, we scheduled it for a day we weren't in session, Judge.
But you see essentially the way this looks, right? It looks like you didn't get the amount of time that you asked for, so therefore you listed things at the very last minute to force this court's hand to have to give you what you initially asked for, and I denied. And that's been a continuous thing. I mean, that's the way it looks from where I'm sitting. So why is it not that? Why should I not think that?
It's that because that's just not the case. As I said, we were working with the other experts.
We had the entire week off. You all withdrew your motion for the subject to the Daubert hearing. I understand you did it on Sunday, but you withdrew that evidence, understanding that my assistant doesn't work on the weekends. I don't expect her to check her email until Monday morning. We found out I had the entire week set aside for that hearing. So why couldn't those things have been accomplished during that week? That was a whole nother week that we had off.
That's what we were doing, was working and talking to experts, talking to our witnesses. We've all been working nonstop, Judge. Weekends, nights. I'm sure the state's been doing the same.
Well, you need to make Dr. Connor, Dr. Scully, Dr. Holmes, and Dr. Adler available for deposition on Thursday afternoon and or Friday of this week, where I'm going to permit the state to redepose for the limited purpose of asking questions that they have not had the opportunity to ask. I'm not delaying this case. We're going full day tomorrow, full day Wednesday, half day Thursday as planned, and we're going to pick up next week. So,
Judge, I have argument for Dr. Adler that I have not yet got to make. Dr. Adler has not done any work since his last deposition. He has not been provided any other materials. It's not, if the state decided to spend, and he's been deposed 3 different times, if they decided to spend their depositions focusing on neuroimaging, that's not our fault.
So there's nothing new that Dr. Adler has received from the defense recently subsequent to the deposition?
That's correct, Judge.
Right, State, why should I let you redepose this witness?
Judge, Dr. Adler's whole opinion in this case was about convergent validity. And so how his opinion is going to change, because he does not have that convergent validity, y'all, is going to be extraordinary. I don't know how he's going to be able to make the findings that he has made, and which extends to the issues that were in the PowerPoint of Dr. Connor, without his convergent validity. I mean, I don't know what there is left to say, quite frankly. So without these neuroimaging tools, it is paramount that the state explore what it is his opinion is going to be.
But they were privy to all that other information and decided not to ask those questions.
In what world would we be able to say, Dr. Adler, if all this stuff goes away, what's your opinion going to be? I mean, why would we ask that question? So that's why I want to know now what his opinion's going to be, absent all of this evidence going away.
And at the time, Judge, there was a pending objection to all this neuroimaging. They should have known to ask these other questions. They should have been prepared to do that, knowing that it was a possibility that Your Honor would have denied allowing the neuroimaging tools.
All right, I've made my ruling on Dr. Kenneth Jones, Dr. Paul Connor, Dr. Susan Scully, and Dr. Heather Holmes. I'll let you know about Dr. Richard Adler. All right, we're in recess.
Yeah. Look, I don't.
One other motion.
Well, there's a couple of them.
Go ahead, what other motion is there?
The SF-215, Judge.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
Just quickly. If Dr. Connor's deposition is going to be later this week, I don't mean to step on anybody's toes, but I'm not sure we have to do this now because it might change subsequent to his deposition.
Well, if he's going to provide a new PowerPoint, he will need to do that prior before the deposition.
Oh, no. If anything, it'll just be things taken away from the current one. I was just saying we don't necessarily have to do it now because his deposition is going to be later this week. Is that right?
Yeah, we're going to take it.
I mean, we can table it until the deposition is.
All right, so I'll defer ruling on that issue as well. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9
Your Honor,
a.m.
can we have an idea who's going to testify tomorrow?
Judge, just 1 second. We still need an order on Ms. Brown's perpetuation.
I know.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you guys who are you calling tomorrow if you so choose to disclose that information?
We were going to try to play Ms. Brown's testimony. I don't say that to put any more pressure on Your Honor.
No, it's fine. I have the testimony and I have it blacked out, the parts that need to be redacted. But I haven't put it into a written order other than I can just give both sides a photocopy of the redacted transcript, most of which was agreed to. Although you all were going to get back to me, the state was going to get back to me about the portions of the transcript that relate to an issue that's no longer being presented.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going to get back to the court. I did get back to the defense that we weren't going to admit that.
So by agreement, those particular pages will be redacted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let me just have somebody make a photocopy of the rest of the testimony, and then I'll give it to both sides.
Thank you.